here it is. It's called But Who Was Fulcanelli? Okay, we got it. All right, so I will, and this is from 1982. Zappa put out 3 guitar albums, just instrumental guitar music that he'd recorded in studios and concerts. And so this is disc 2 of 3 discs. So, Bert, we're going to play this, and then and it's only $2.49, and then Kansas, which is something else. I think it's a little longer. Let me just put this back into order. All right, so are we ready? We are now officially starting the Zappa portion of the program, as I would say. So everybody's muted. This is called But Who. Yes, everybody wrap their force fields and bring your Butler force slings over to prop you up. Make sure the pillows are nice and comfortable. You got your tea and sandwiches. And we will now do But Who Was Fulcanelli? But Who Was Fulcanelli? Like someone was talking to Frank. Now, you can read about him in that book that came out in the late 60s called The Morning of the Magicians. There's a section on Fulcanelli. And so that'd be around the time Frank would have heard about it maybe, because that book was popular in the counterculture. So Frank, this person goes on about Fulcanelli, I'm imagining, and then Frank goes, yeah, but who was Fulcanelli? It's Frank's question. Okay, I couldn't catch a hook in there, Roxy. Did you hear any hooks? You know, successful song has to have a hook.
What do you mean a hook?
It's usually a chorus or a refrain or a phrase.
With the guitar.
Beg your pardon?
Yes.
Let me use this down. Yes, go ahead.
Yes, he's talking. He's making patterns.
Good point.
Is
he
like
talking fast?
Music for musicians is not like a simple melody that he repeats. Or it's discourse that is a little more complex than the usual melody.
I like your idea. He's talking. Now, is he talking fast? Is it a fast conversation?
Well, I suppose that's how he would talk.
Yeah. Yeah.
It does have the cadence of his voice.
Oh, that's neat. I can't say I hear that.
Because when you listen to his interviews, or when you listen to you channeling him through the evergreens, his like cadence of the way he talks is kind of like notable.
Is that right? Okay.
And it's similar to some of these.
Can you imitate it?
Oh, well, it's like da 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 da. Like it kind of always goes down. Some of the intervals are similar. It seems like.
Right. Well, that's interesting. I think I get that. Roxy, you
can hear that in those guitar.
Yeah, Roxy analyzes his vocal cadences. Do you agree with Alyssa, Roxy? Da-da-da, and then it goes down? Yes. Yes. Let's see. What else say about that?
Bob, it also sounds like when he plays that lead in that clip there, he's playing the up in the upper part of the fret of the guitar, his leads. Most of the guys now, or before, after Frank, always went to the lower part like Hendrix and everything, but his lead guitar goes all over the place. It sounds like he's using the upper frets of the guitar when he's doing it. To me, I haven't tried to play the guitar. It sounds like it.
Did you say you never played the guitar?
No, I have.
Oh, so you know the guitar a little bit. Yeah, Roxy, go ahead.
Yeah.
Yes, I think the interest of Zappa and Fulcanelli was two things. Well, two of the main topics that Fulcanelli was talking about in his books was this big Opus Magnus that some groups were trying to keep all this knowledge since Egypt, and they will write it in the stone in the cathedrals. That's the Mystery of the Cathedrals, the first book, and the second is called Les Demeures Philosophiques, like the houses of the philosophies. It's a little expanded not only to cathedrals, but the type of buildings with these inscriptions like Chambord. And these books were made in the 20s. And many people got interested in this type of esoteric knowledge and trying to understand all these symbols in all the cathedrals and what was the meaning. But another very important idea in Fulcanelli was that he said the real alchemists had a special language called la langue verte, the green language, or the language of the birds, which is a type of language that will communicate with animals, with angels, with anything. And they say that's the language of Adam in the garden. And the cathedrals were mainly like a big resonance box that were built to amplify sound and to make you look up. And they were not a book of stone, but really an encyclopedia of everything what the people knew. Like they will take 200 years or more to construct one. And there are many anomalies. Like they will think they will not even know how they are going to solve a problem. They started in the 12th century to construct like crazy, and there are these glass windows. Some look like
what?
thematic.
I missed that word.
Line muted.
The big glass windows.
Yeah.
Many look like thematic geometries, you know, the figures that deal with sound.
Yeah.
And so one may ask themselves, what do they really knew about the frequencies and the sounds? Because also the big pyramid, the chamber of the king, where the king was to go to the sky, is also like a big resonating box. And there have been people that made recordings inside, and it's very interesting that they had this awareness of the sound properties of the acoustics of the buildings. That was like a big thing, and I suppose that was the thing that interested Zappa on this Fulcanelli, the thing that he was talking about, the music and the sound and the language of the birds, that is, like Ian says, a type of music.
So you're saying
so
that
in a way,
Fulcanelli was a...
if you hear that, sometimes the solo also sounds a little like birds, like...
Yeah, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Like
but
type of
are you saying that Fulcanelli was a philosopher of sound?
Not really, but it is said that alchemists had a wider knowledge of what we think people knew in the Middle Ages or in the Renaissance, and like we are seeing now with the whole Chambord thing, is that they some ascended ones retrieve and knew a lot of things, because another of the stories about Fulcanelli, one of his disciples, Eugène Cancelier, said that he met him in the 50s and also in the 30s. In the 30s, Fulcanelli wanted to warn the atomic scientists in France to stop the experiments because they say the alchemists knew about this force field and the effects of the force field. And that's also very interesting because he's talking about force fields like iron. And in the 50s, he said he met him once more, and he had grown younger, and he was also androgynous, like the type of figures Leonardo da Vinci will always paint the angels, St. John, even La Mona Lisa are very androgynous. And he says he looked like that, and younger. So I suppose Zappa will be interested in these aspects of what he was saying about the music and the acoustic of the cathedrals.
So Fulcanelli was writing about medieval cathedrals and Egypt stuff and noticing and commenting on the boxes. Is that what you just said?
Well, he was writing about the whole symbols hidden in the cathedrals. He said it was like a book of stone, but it's more than a book. It's really like an encyclopedia of the time they were built. Because, for example, in the glass windows in Notre Dame, some went broken during the Second World War, and they tried to repair the glasses again, and they could never get the same colors, the blues and the reds. And there is one that survived that they say the glass is not transparent, and even in the night, it's like as if the glass captures the light like a LED or something, and in the night they shine, and the other glasses that were repaired, you don't see anything if there is no sunlight, but these other older ones, they still shine, and they could never reproduce that. And I saw a program from the French television in the 60s. There was a guy hypnotizing the people that make the glasses to make them go back to the 12th century and retrieve these techniques. I don't know if they somehow had any success, but I found that very interesting because there are this type of anomalies that made me think of the drops. Like you say, scientists go and look what is inside, and they don't find anything.
Right.
But it's like the non-physical working with this person and helping the person create these anomalies. And many things, we see them and we don't even think how they did it because they didn't have the tools we have, the machinery. It's tons of stones that had to get up very high. And there are some things that people, even the engineers now, wonder how did they did it, because in many cases the stones don't have any mortar. It's just the tension that holds everything together. And the masons, the French masons, many said that they knew these things from Egypt, like in many groups of, I think in German, Handwerker, the craftsmen.
Yeah.
They will pass this type of knowledge to some initiates. And it was in the ceramics, in the glasses, in the metal, in the sculpting of stone, and many different aspects that had to do with the chemistry of the alchemy. And one of the most important was the work with the fire, the ovens. Because for some of their chemistry, they had to control the fire, and there is a lot of allusions to the fire. For example, the motto of the King Frank was Nutrisco et extinguo, and that means I feed the good fire and stop the bad one. And also the salamander was a symbol like the lions and the eagles of fire. And it's very funny because Fulcan is the god of the volcanoes of fire, and Anelli means rings. So Fulcanelli actually means like ring of fire. That it's another thing that Dion has been talking about. Yeah. And
did you say the word
Ion
always
is
Did you say the word
Fulcan.
photon? Oh, Fulcan for Fulcanelli is
yeah, like volcano, Fulcan.
Oh, okay, Vulcan. All right.
And also, Ion always ask you to play Vestal, Goodman, and the Vestals were the priestess of the fire.
Right.
They will, like Marie Antoinette, get the oracles, the knowledge, by reading or listening to the fire.
Right.
And that's the name of the favorite singer of Iondom, the Vestal.
Yes, yeah, good point. She fits into the system. Her name fits the system.
Yes, and that's the amazing thing with all these hints that we get in many things. Yeah. But the problem is, like Fulcanelli said, you won't get everything in the books, in the Book of Stone, or with the teachers, or going to the different places and studying the buildings and all the symbols. There is the thingness, the non-physical that has to somehow communicate with you, and that can be in dreams or some intuition, whatever. And people have been trying to encrypt all the system of cathedrals and castles, like Fulcanelli, and have all these wild theories, what that means, what they were built, and blah, 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 and what is the Magnus Opus, and whether are they trying to achieve. But the moving thing is that until now with Dion, we know what all these things really mean. And it's like with the Bible, the Revelation, and the Emerald Tablets, he explained what it really means, and now he's going also into this system of encyclopedias of stone. And it was not only, like Fulcanelli thought, the cathedrals and then the castles. It's also the alignments, like I mentioned also the ley lines. It's like it's really impressive how these things are, the proportions of things and how they connect and how they're aligned. And it's also in the decorations of the places and the art and the gardens. So it was put everywhere, like in Chambord.
Right. You're saying one of Fulcanelli's books was called The Book of Stone, right?
No. One was the Mystery of the Cathedrals. And in that book, he explains how the cathedrals are like a book of stone where people will put the knowledge.
Yeah, because today, Ion at one point made a big deal out of the word stone, as if he knew that we were going to talk about stone.
The stone is the thing. It's what the philosophers are looking for. The alchemists, they are looking for.
Right, the philosopher's stone. Did you mention this in your questions with Ion? Did you mention the Book of Stone phrase before he mentioned stone later? You may have.
No, I don't think so.
You're not sure. Yeah.
No.
Because Ion knows that stone is a theme. He knew today that stone was a theme, so he emphasized it. Just wanted to say that.
Because I wanted to say many things and he will stop me. So
you screech to a halt. But you have to remember that you don't want to list off too much with Ion, because he's thinking of people who are listening and they tune out. Ion is always trying to be an effective communicator to a guaranteed or assumed audience. So he will stop you, and you have to go with that. I mean, it's very impressive what you list off, but it doesn't lead to a question, or it scatters Ion's answer. So anyways, we'll improve next time. So Fulcanelli is interested in this history, and it sounds like he's interested in acoustic space, and that would definitely interest Zappa. And Zappa, his piano, the voices are talking inside the piano, is like the box they found in the Egyptian pyramid. Is that what they did? They found a box that worked with sound?
No, the chamber of the king, it's also like a very special resonating box. And the thing is, it was empty and it was never a tomb. But
it was never what?
Very interesting.
Never what?
How,
it was never
like
what?
a tomb.
A tomb, T-O-M-B.
Tomb, a place to.
It was not a tomb, is what you're saying. It was an active laboratory. Yeah. When you listen to Lumpy Gravy back in 67, 68, some of the voices would say, drums are very noisy, it's hard to hide. Zappa would have the voices describing acoustic space in the box, inside the drum, inside the piano. That was a theme. It seemed that way to me because McLuhan was talking about acoustic space. But what you're describing is the effect that Lumpy Gravy had for me when we listened to it. He put you inside a box, and you're listening to these voices. What? Someone say something.
Wow, but no, he was both into the acoustic and the visual spaces.
Yes. From a tactile position, I say.
But the acoustic...
He actually was operating from a tactile position. Right, and playing with eye and ear.
The green language is very interesting because he said the real alchemists were the ones that master the language, like Joyce or Rabelais.
Yeah.
They many of the hints and the keys the adepts will find in these symbols, many were games with the words, things that were written in reverse or encoded in a way that it sounds similar or is not the complete word, and all the things that Joyce and Rabelais were doing with the language. Yeah. And Fulcanelli was a big admirer of Rabelais, and Rabelais was a big admirer of Margarita de Navarra. Margarita de Navarra, who was the sister of Frank I,
right,
was the one that published the
Zappa
of Rabelais.
Zappa wrote a song. Zappa wrote a song about Pantagruel or Gargantua. Maybe I can find it.
Oh, I don't know that.
Yeah, he has a Rabelais title in one of his compositions. But yeah, carry on. You were connecting Margarita.
Yes, and one of the things he presents is this language of the birds and how you will things will connect with the word that had like the same root. Like, for example, I was playing with the word magnesium. All the root of the word is Magnus, that in Greek means lover. That's why it's also used as a root of magnet. And this links with the force field, and I found that very, very nice, very beautiful, that the magnesium that is like the main stone, the white stone, also has this root that means lover, the Magnus. And from magnesium come all these words that translate the greatest, like the Magnificat, the Magnum, and the magic, and for example, Rabelais has, I was telling you, in one of the books, I think it's the fourth, Pantagruel is a big giant, and he has to go to an island to look for a plant, and he writes the plant's name is Pantagruel and then iron, Pantagruel lion.
Right.
So when I saw that, I was like, whoa, because he wanted to make an elixir to recover his power. And Rabelais and Nostradamus went together to the school, and that's the funny thing, that all these people link in all these, the king and Margaret, Nostradamus, Leonardo, Botticelli, Rabelais, and many others are all working together there in these castles and in the courts.
Are you saying listen, are you saying that Rabelais knew Nostradamus?
Yeah, they went together to the school.
Wow, that's amazing.
Yes.
And they both had to be protected by Margarita. They were protected.
Yes. Yes, so that's the thing that is the most amazing, that in a way it's like they were working for Ireland, doing all this work. And for example, also in the Odyssey, the Argonauts,
yes,
go from the island of Magnesia, that it really exists,
Magnesia, right?
They go there to look for the Golden Land.
Yeah.
I don't know how to say it in English.
The Golden Fleece.
But yes, but Fulcanelli was making this example of the language, the Greek language, or the language of the birds. He said, l'art gothique, the Gothic art, comes from the Argonauts, the art gothique.
Right.
And then he talks about this story, how the Argonauts go from the island of Magnesia to look for the Golden Land. So
wow.
It's very, it's somehow surprising and moving, because these are all things that Diane talks about, and how these archetypes are in the Odyssey too, for example, or in the books of Pantagruel. And there is another part in in the books of Pantagruel, Gargantua and Pantagruel, in which they're in a type of perfect convent, and the only rule is that there are no rules. And in the entrance, it says "Fais ce que voudras," like do what you want, and the convent is called Telema. So I think Crowley also sort of retrieved that the idea of the Telema and do what you want. And like Ian said, he had no idea what he was doing, but they already had this thing of there are no rules, because in this perfect place where everybody's like ascended, everything is harmonious. There is no law. Everybody does things right, so there are no conflicts, and there is no necessity of rules.
Right. That's right. That's pretty good. I'm just looking up. Listen to this. It says in Zappa's album, The Grand Wazoo, was released in '72 by the late Frank Zappa. This jazz comedy fusion album was created when Zappa was recuperating from severe injuries. It involved characters like the funky emperor Cletus Aurelius Auritus and Mediocrities, his archenemy from a neighboring province, and The Questions, an aesthetic, music-hating underground movement. The busy cover art depicts the battle between Gargantua and Priccocoli, a connected series of 5 novels written in the 16th century by Rabelais, regarded as an avant-garde writer of fantasy satire. The grotesque, dirty jokes and bawdy songs, rather like Zappa himself. The story is of 2 giants, a father, Gargantua, and his son, Pantagruel, and their adventures with crudity and scatological humor, violence, and vulgar insights. The cover depicts Auritus and Mediocrities and their soldiers in battle, with Mediocrities' troops getting blown away by the deadly mystery horn. All right, so they're saying Pantagruel's in the cover. I don't know if they're projecting that, or I don't know where they get that in the album cover. I don't see where Zappa mentions Pantagruel. Maybe you have to look at the essay, the footnotes. Hey, Bert, do you have anything you want to say?
I know that I remember reading or hearing that Frank was a chemistry, because he blew up toilets when he was in high school.
As a kid.
There is a chemistry connection, yes.
When he was a kid, that was his first interest, was chemistry. I mean, he was before high school, I think.
Yes. Yeah.
Yes, and he loved playing with Mercury, and Mercury is also Hermes Trismegistus, the writer of the Emerald Tablets. And the King Frank was always painting himself as Mercury.
Right.
Yeah.
Are you still here, Alyssa? Did you want to say something? Maybe she got knocked out. Let's check that. There's some people here. Is that you, Alyssa?
Hello. Yes. Yeah, I fell out.
Okay. Sorry. Did you want to say something about what we're saying?
Yes. So when I fell out, I'm not sure if you covered this, Roxy, but I was on the wiki for Fulcanelli, and there's a paragraph in there that says, when Berger, who's the French guy, when he met Fulcanelli, he asked him about the Philosopher's Stone. And it says that Fulcanelli answered, the vital thing is not the transmutation of metals, but that of the experimenter himself. It is an ancient secret that a few people rediscover each century. Unfortunately, only a handful are successful. And then later on in the wiki, there's there's a paragraph about the phonetic Kabbalah, and that's what his term was for the special use of language.
That's neat. Yeah. Phonetic Kabbalah.
Yeah, but he would write it like Kabbalah, like in Latin.
Hey, Roxy, you're going to have to. You're breaking up. Could you call back in? Maybe that'll make a better connection, because you've probably been on here a long time, so we're not being able to hear what you say. So we'll wait for you to come in. Like, are you on the phone or on Skype? Roxy, are you on Skype or phone? Oh, maybe she already is doing it. Let's see. You're there, Bert, right? Bert and Alyssa are here.
Yes.
So I guess she's going to, okay, there it is. Is that you, Roxy? You just came in? Yes. Roxy.
Hello. Yes, Tabado means court in Latin, and he would write Kabbalah, not with K, but with C.
It's not working, Roxy. Roxy, it's not working. Maybe I will call you and bring you in.
It seems like a battery.
Roxy, I'm going to call you on my phone and bring you in this way. Okay, Roxy? I'm going to bring you in on my phone.
Yeah.
All right?
Okay.
So hang up and I'll call you and bring you in. All right, so... Okay, so, Bert, Roxy, are you there? Speak again.
Yes.
Okay, good.
Yes.
So, what were you saying, Roxy? You were trying to say something a minute ago.
Yes, that Fulcanelli said about the word cabal. He would write it like caballo, like as an example of the green language or the bird language, because he said the words are like the horse of Troy that have a lot of other meanings, and that's the thing with playing with the words, how you can change or connect the words to encrypt things and give different levels of meanings. And Fulcanelli said in Rabelais there is a lot of secret knowledge. And also Rabelais in the preface of the books, he said you may get a lot of fun from the jokes, but it's not about the story. There is other type of things going on, and he warns the people, the audience, that they can get into these deeper levels of meaning, of the symbols, of the words, of how he's...
Well, does he explain it? Does Fulcanelli explain the deeper levels?
He gives examples of what he meant by morphing words, or they had not only the double entendre,
right,
but the multiple entendre. And because, like, there were many things, like, for example, in alchemy, they have symbols like the lion or the eagle, the salamander, which is the salt, and many things like that, and they will put these words in connection with other things, and the people who knew about this could then get the esoteric meaning besides the funny story, the satire that he... And it's very interesting because...
Hold it, Roxy, I got to tell you something. You mentioned the satire. Menippean satire, which was a specialty by the grammarian alchemists, Eric McLuhan will say that the grammarian would let off steam by doing a Menippean satire. Now, letting off steam would be he has to hold in the secret knowledge among the little people. So then he says, the hell with it. I'll write this crazy book and put the secret knowledge in the satire. So that's the point. They would show the secret knowledge would be in a satire. That's the only way they would present it, because it would look like the guy wasn't serious. So you're pointing out Rabelaisian satire, Zappa satire. It's all Menippean, and it does involve the secrets.
And Joyce.
Yes. Mm. And Ion.
Wow.
Ion is very Menippean, and Veroni.
Yes, it's the mastery of really, it's amazing how they put all these things in the story without the people who is not aware of all the things they're revealing. They put in things, like Ion says, in plain sight. Always. There. Everything is there.
Yeah.
Like magnesium.
Talking about is there.
Yes.
Yeah, it developed the magnesium. Roxy came up with this interesting idea that everything comes from magnesium, which means lover or something. But magnificent, magus, magna. She does a bunch of puns on that. Explain that a little bit, just for the record, Roxy, what you've discovered about magnesium and magnificent.
Yes, because I wanted to give an example of what Fulcanelli is talking about when one connect the words or change. Ion does that a lot. Like,
right.
It sounds like he's saying a word, but it's not really that word, or it's another word that sounds like.
Yeah, you think he's making a mistake, but he means it. He means what sounds like a mistake.
Yeah. Yes, actually, that's the language of thought, the language of the words.
Yeah.
That's the mastery, and the people who know, like maybe he's saying that for people like San Martin or Saint Germain.
Yeah.
They will get these other meanings from what Ion is saying.
Well, Zappa says in Uncle Meat that the lyrics are always inside jokes. It's always inside joking. And you're saying they would have inside jokes for Martin and Saint Martin and Germain. There'd be inside jokes they'd get. It's like it's entertainment. This famous book, Rabelais, Pantagruel, and these other books he did are just little notes from a salon, a literary salon or a verbal salon. And then somebody writes it down, and then everybody has to study it. Go ahead.
Here's something that ties into the magnesium and the play on that word again. It's kind of an in plain sight type of thing, but again from the Wikipedia it says, according to Walter Lang, who wrote an introduction to the English translation of Fulcanelli's Le Mystère des Cathedral, the basic principles of the phonetic Kabbalah are restored in his Magnum opus. So that's using that very, out in the open term, but that when you look that word up, that's really important.
That's what you got to ask Ion, Roxy. You have to ask, is the word magnesium the root for a lot of these other terms? You got to ask them that, and just say it that simply. Just say it that simply.
Yes, okay. But I know it is because that's the Magnus opus is like what Zappa was talking about. This conceptual continuity, not only of all the things you do, but all the things that link with the works that from the people that came behind, and the people that built the cathedral were very aware of that everything, all this programming of the environment was a teamwork.
Yeah.
Nobody would sign the thing. It was all a collective.
Yeah. And that's another group that Ian has talked a lot about, the Freemasons coming from the pyramid and temple building back in the Egyptian times, which Moses was one of the leaders of.
Yes, for me, it's really moving because the whole thing that people have been doing since Egypt, the whole conceptual continuity, the big work, is called the Opus Magnus.
Right.
And it has the the root of the Magnesium, which is actually the Opus Magnus is the completion in iron-dome.
Right. Do you and it's interesting we're saying this while Carol's has now got a book out in China. What is MAG? What's the root of magnesium? What does mag mean in Latin or Greek?
I'm not sure, but there is the word Magnus.
Magnus, okay. Because magnesium is very important in the body. It's the element that holds together the body, it seems to me. So that could be a metaphor for love or the non-physical.
Yes. And there is also lithium. Lithium is the stone.
Oh.
And from there comes magnesium.
Right.
So the word stone is there.
And I was telling Roxy the other day, let me say this, Alyssa. In Finnegan's Wake, Issy has 28 girls dancing around her, and they're called the Maggies. Maggies. So Joyce got it's a key term.
28?
And there's 28 girls. Yeah,
28.
They're like the phases of the moon or something like that. Different meaning, feminine meaning.
Yes, and it's also the prefix or the root of the words that mean degraded, like magnesium.
They mean Bob.
Magnitude.
Mag comes from Bob.
Like Frank Zappa was making this joke with magnitude.
Okay, you take M.
The
M
majore,
listen to this, guys. M is the 13th letter. That's 1 3. 1 from 3 is 2, and that's B. Now,
and,
A is 1, and then G is 7. So you add 7 and 1, you get 8, and we know 2 times is 8. That's 2, 2. That's B. It's pretty close to Bob.
Yes, your magnitude. But also, it reminds us of McLuhan. This type of games with the words, all these things that link in your mind.
Yes.
This is how the hermetic knowledge is given to you. Like you might make an association of a symbol, of a letter, or something, and it's something meant like for you. That's the like the magic, like.
Your talisman, you mean?
No, like, for example, I would say Mac reminds me of McLuhan.
Oh, yeah.
And that's how many things were discovered and linked, like this type of
Right. Let me ask, Alyssa, are you on a delay? You seem to be a little at you respond at the wrong time. Are you on a delay, do you think?
I didn't say anything.
No, a few minutes ago. Are you through the computer? Can that be on delay?
I'm on Skype.
Is that delayed?
Is that delayed?
All right. You seem to be slightly on delay, but we'll take that into effect. Here's what I noticed in Carol's life decades ago. I said, Carol, why do you keep having, as colleagues or co-workers or provokers of you, Margaret? Why is Margaret or Peggy in your whole life all the time? I used to wonder about that. She attracted Margarets in every fucking endeavor she was involved in. It would involve a Peggy or a Margaret. So
yes, and that's
wow.
That's how the environment also speaks to you in a way. The alchemist were aware of this type of communication with the thingness.
Well, see, look, I'm there noticing that Margaret is around Carolyn a lot. And then I read in Phineas Wake that Issy has the girls around her named Maggie. That sounds like Carolyn and the Margarets. See, that's how I start putting things together. These crazy things that showed up.
And, for example, for an alchemist like Fulcanelli, they will say that was put there for you, for you to...
Now, I had something to add to that. When Fulcanelli says that alchemy is not lead from stone, not the mineral elements or working in a lab or something or a furnace, it is your own personal transformation. I say the Luddites, the guys who can't fucking tie their shoelaces, couldn't make a bicycle, the non-technical guys, they go for the idea that alchemy is personal transformation. And it's the gadget lovers, the mechanics, the guys who can do things with objects, they go for the material lead into gold, literally. So Ion does both. Ion does machinic inventions like Coldplay and food inventions like subtle plants like Arne drops, plus personal transformation. Ion does both. Both paths are within Iondom. You see what I'm saying?
Yes, and that's the wonderful thing with the whole Opus Magnus. That it's how things evolve. All the craft and the arts and the science with this idea of the alchemist perfection in reaching the completion. And, and you know, the stone.
We have remag, relight, and it became remite and realign and rebob and whatever other one that left out. These were all insisted on by Ion.
Renew.
Ion insisted. What? What, Bert? Did I leave one out?
Renew.
Yeah, renew. And Ion always insisted that whatever we named when we'd have our meetings to figure out the name of something, he'd always have the R-E in there. Because, as you quoted a couple hours ago, he knew this was a replay, but it would work this time. But he acknowledged that it was a replay.
Damn.
And also the word...
Damn! Let's Bert, wait a minute. Let's Bert follow with the fucking epiphany.
Yeah, what?
Let's see if Bert can recover.
No, because my week turned around with that. My week has been turning around that everything's already been done. So that's...
Right.
To hear that, that's like a statement or
we're summing up the meme. Yeah, we're summing up what you went through this week. We're naming it.
I had a lot of things fall through for me with questions, so that's the stamp you just gave me. That's why I said that.
Yeah, what do you mean fall through? Things didn't happen?
Well, I just not to go impersonal, but I've had some questions that I'm looking for Ion, and then I've discovered in the archive the answers, and it all comes down to it's already been done.
Right. You're talking about it's already been said. Yeah, so what were you saying, yes. Roxy, your next idea?
Yes, that this type of phonetic similarities and symbolic connections are very important for the initiate. It's like they see through these things and they get the deeper levels of meaning. Like I was saying, lately the Renaissance has been in my environment a lot. Yeah. And there's, again, the Renaissance, the reborn.
Yes, Renaissance.
The rebop.
Yeah, and it started a few weeks ago. You went to the Botticelli exhibition, and then you just found out Botticelli did something with Margaret or somebody?
No, Botticelli was a friend of Leonardo, and they both had a restaurant.
Oh, wow.
And actually, before, the kitchen and the lab were the same thing. There was not like I had my lab and my kitchen.
Right.
The kitchen was the laboratory.
And back in Greek culture,
big thing
you know what they were? You know what they were before that? It was always medicine. You look, Thucydides was the father of history, first historian literacy. He considered his role as a historian, he was being a medical doctor by telling people what happened. It's all medicine, which goes back to the pre-literate Aboriginal peoples with plants, and that was medicinal. And the knowledge comes from the plants or whatever they work with in their natural environment. That is the core. Everything was medicine, therapy. The restaurant, the food, the music, it comes from medicine. Think of that.
Yes. And for example, since Pergamon,
that's why they were called doctors. You get a PhD, you're called a doctor because you're a doctor of economics. Economics is important. It heals millions.
In Pergamos, the temple was also the hospital.
Really? That's really good. That's really good.
You see the symbol of the caduceus in a lot of the castles in La Loire.
Right.
And also Frank I has in many paintings the caduceus.
And Zappa called himself Dr. Zircon in Happy Valley. That was on his laboratory door in 1970. Z-U-R-K-O-N. Dr. Zircon in Happy Valley. Now, go back. So when you listen, Alyssa, to what you missed, you're going to hear somebody asking some questions, and Ion links it to Pergamon, one of the banking centers way back there. And Roxy was on to Pergamon after we went to one of the museums in August 2014.
Yes, because the thing is, through the symbols, you can also see where things originate.
Yeah.
Like they say the priesthood of Babylon moved to Pergamon, and you see the same type of symbols of ornamentation. And another big thing in Pergamon was the Holocaustus, which means sacrifice with fire. And they have a bull where they put the people and they burn it inside, and the bull seemed to be alive because the people were shouting inside, being burned.
Wow.
And that's the Holocaustus. And Hitler, they retrieved the Pergamon, they brought it here to Berlin, and Albert Speer made the Hitler Tribune in Nuremberg as a bigger Pergamon.
Right.
And they also had this type of sacrifice there.
In the chat line, Roxy, someone noticed that Ian was talking about Hitler while talking to you, and you're just telling us now the reason, right, because of the Pergamon. But you listen, Alyssa, out of nowhere, Ion links into whatever the person was asking about, links into Pergamon, which goes right back to Roxy and all that stuff she was saying 8 months ago about Pergamon.
Yes, and
that's where Ion's a supreme memory. Ion remembers, what was said 2 years ago, and then finally it's retrieved and pointed right now when someone's talking about magnesium or something. That's the great integrative composition that Ion's making. And this margarita.
Do you think that the golden calf that is happening during the Moses and the tablets and all that is related to this golden calf or lamb, or is there some similarity there?
The lamp? You mean the lampstands or something else? What golden calf? What does it relate to?
The golden fleece that Roxy was talking about with the Argonaut.
Right.
And
it could be. Ian has done a lot on the golden calf. I mean, basically, Moses came back down and they were all dancing around, and so he forced them to burn. He said, "You're either my side or the gold side," and so they took their choice, and then they melted down the gold, and the guys that didn't go with Moses were forced to drink the scalding gold. The very thing that they were worshiping, they had to drink, and they all died from that. But I don't know. I don't know if it says how Moses. How did he get the upper hand? What did he do? He wrestled them all. He killed a few of them. I haven't read the exact Bible story, but I've heard Ian go into the details. I don't know how Moses got into position to make people do that. Either with me or against me. And if you're against me, we're going to kill you. I mean, why did he have the advantage?
Yes, and that's the thing with the initiates of alchemy. like they can see this big picture on how things connect in these amazing ways in different works.
Right. Now let me tell you about Zappa in relation to initiation. Ike Willis told me, and he was a major member and the later members of the band. He goes around and plays with the cover bands, a lot of the Zappa cover bands. And he teaches them, so the gift they get by inviting Ike to be in their cover band is that he tells them the secret parts of Zappa's instruction. He knows what Zappa told secretly. And he told me, I don't know if he tells it all, but he knows how to impart the secret part of Frank so the band can be better. So there's the initiation right there, that Ike is the carrier of.
Yes, and actually, the more you study these things, you see that actually the major scientists and artists and everybody was really into these arts. Yeah. And it's not known, but for example, we mentioned that Botticelli and Leonardo had a restaurant and their kitchen was a laboratory, and there is this conspiracy thing. They say Botticelli was one of the masters of the Zion.
Of the what?
The secret society, the Zionists, the Zion.
Zion, Z-I-O-N, yeah. Or S-I-O-N.
And he gave the leadership to Leonardo, and that's how I learned that they had a restaurant together. Yeah. That they were very close friends.
So look at Zappa making these incredible advances with the synclavier and other technology going back 20 years. He's always in the forefront of new electronic apparatus, and he invented other things. All that invention. So what does he have himself photographed as? Wearing a cooking glove.
He also has pictures as a witch in the kitchen.
Yes. And what was his studio? It was called Dr. Zircon's Happy Lab. Dr. Zircon's Happy something in Happy
The Muffin
Valley.
Kitchen or something like that.
Yeah. What he later changed to when he got a bigger, more advanced studio, it was called the Utility Muffin Research Kitchen. You know, Muffin Man.
Alchemist laboratory.
Yeah. Utility.
Working with
Muffin Research Kitchen. I don't think any scientist would add the word kitchen to their institute. McLuhan didn't call it the Center for Cultural Technology Kitchen, but Zappa added the word kitchen. It's not like he was retrieving what you're talking about, Leonardo and Botticelli. They knew it was a kitchen, which then leads to Inder, who's from day one said, Bob, we got to make a better candy. We can make millions, Bob. He's always trying to seduce me to make a better candy. He was in the kitchen from day one.
Well, the whole religion makes a lot of allegories around food, the wine, the bread.
Which was the original therapy.
The manna, the blood, and...
food was the original therapy. Like, let's say somebody falls, so they have to give them a substance, and that would be food. And so food was not meant for hunger. It was meant for a fucked up situation. Hunger was a fallen state. So you had to give them food to get them out of the state. They didn't sit around making up cakes and banana splits. The ascended don't eat. And that's the majesty of the Holy Mass. Jesus presents the basic acts of eating as his core symbolic ritual. The Last Supper, the Mass. There it is, food, the first medium, first technology.
Yes, and one of the things that was produced in Urbino, your city in
my
Italy,
temple, I did well there.
Was the majolica is this type of ceramic that is like shiny, like for mosaics and for vases. Very, very beautiful things. And they also made ovens, and one of the ovens that was made in Urbino is one of these castles of one of the 12 castles called Dampierre that is full of hermetic symbols everywhere. And it's interesting that an orphan from Urbino is there and is mentioned by Fulcanelli. And
an orphan. Who's the orphan?
No, oven.
Oh, the oven, the kitchen.
Oven.
I said oven.
Right. And Ian's always talking about Hansel and Gretel. Didn't they end up in the oven? Yes, they were fattened up and eaten, weren't they?
Yes.
The breadcrumbs.
It's like there are this type of hints to places that at the beginning it might attract your attention and you say, oh, what a beautiful oven. Very nice, because I love majolica and mosaics. And then I learned it was made in Urbino.
Wow.
And then you told me
I was one of the guys. I was one of the Dukes of Urbino, and I'll be playing more details on that tonight, I think. Now,
and in that city has a very long tradition of alchemists and prophets, and there was a Frederick the First one in Urbino. He had very famous alchemists as advisors. And
Ezra Pound makes a big deal out of that temple, that place, Urbino, in his cantos. And and then there's this battle between Urbino and Malatesta, or they work together, I can't remember. Malatesta.
Yes, and one of them developed, he was a converted Jew. Mm-hmm. He developed a triangle, the tetragrammatron, and the tetractis.
Yeah, the tetractis, yeah.
You know, this point and 2 and then 3 and then 4.
Yeah.
And that was like a big thing that everybody was using for many different types of triangulations and I don't know what.
Okay, pattern here. Here's where William Irwin Thompson comes in. You go through his 5 phases of cultural development. The first one is forget what he called it. Primitive Paleolithic man. Then it becomes agricultural, and then it becomes civilization, which is about 3000 BC, and then it becomes industrialization and planetization. In the civilization phase, he says the main archetypal structure was the temple, and they froze the sky, and they froze symbolism. They wanted to have these permanent symbols, which sounds Platonic. Those permanent symbols were dominant in the cosmology in the civilization phase, say 3000 BC up to the printing press. That's civilization. Then industrialization begins with the printing press, and because society got sped up with the printing press and other products, it no longer was a static, stable society of the music of the spheres that had the sacred geometry that a lot of this we're talking about refers to. The temple is the dominant medium in the civilization phase. It then becomes movement and interest rates and accumulation of movement in the industrial phase after the printing press, and then you get banking houses. And the stable universe of the civilization phase falls apart. So the temple is a major archetype. So knowing that Thompson stuff, I used to wonder if Ion was stuck in the temple phase. He'd go on about Solomon's temple and what we were going to do with it. And I wondered if Ion was in Thompson's categories, a replay of the civilization phase. Subsequently, Ion has done so many other things, I wouldn't limit him to that phase. But we could probably look at Ion. He's retrieving the original herbal plant wisdom. That's the phase 1, whatever Thompson calls that. He is retrieving the Neolithic phase with the Axian water. And then he's retrieving the civilization with the new temple. And then he's retrieving the industrialization phase with Coldplay. And then he's retrieving the planetization phase by the fact the I cell and Ion are affecting everything. So you could overlay the 5 phases in Iondom, all being completed or retrieved to their original complete situation. Just a pattern occurred to me.
Ionization would be the next.
Yes, that's a hexatic ionization. Yeah, go
Didn't
ahead.
Ion give an explanation? Didn't Ion give an explanation like a year or 2 years ago that in your chart we would go through the Croker quadrant and end up in the Thompson quadrant?
The Thompson quadrant. He did say that.
And just hearing you talk about the temple.
Yes, I've asked him a bit about that because on the surface level, Thompson is spirituality and religion. Cosmic awareness through Paul Shackley said, in every culture, the top of the culture is religion. Not the art, not this, it's the religion. So when Roxy's talking about the spiritual imagery in these different places, they're totally involved with religion, and that's the ultimate art. That's the original art. And McLuhan said everybody had to be a theologian. So the thing that...
But that will be also like one level of interpretation.
Yes. Yeah. But the spiritual impulse done by churches, and Ian said tonight, or we quoted him, no more churches, but the churching and the stabilizing in a building, which is like the temple, is the impulse of fallen man after the actual spiritualization through whatever substances they had back then. So the kitchen is first, and then the building is second. So Thompson, he's the spiritual religious source. So I can't remember the different things. Ian said different things, but I said, you're saying Thompson is more important than Croker because it deals with spirituality and what you're on about. He said yes. But he will talk about Thompson himself being stupid, and that could be the top thing in the hexatic phase, not the septad and the octad. Remember, the rules or the main things that Ion says are different from 3 or 4 years ago, but they could be representative of this phase, which is now ending.
Yes, because the problem that happened with everybody, with all these alchemists, is that at the end they wanted to be mysterious, and they built very complex systems of illumination and scholarship and encryption. They got lost in mastering the art, the language, and this hiding of things. And it's really brilliant how they did it. Sometimes it's really because through the centuries, people were working on this environment, the ones that knew, and would, for example, put a statue that would point to some symbol, or there was an effect of light that will come and then light something up.
But see, it's a dangerous world. Ian has several times told us that we could never say anything about what they told us, or they wouldn't tell us for then, because we would be killed. Ian has said that many times to us. So they're crazy people.
Wow.
They found out you got something, they will kill you for it. They don't have any moral conscience about it. They just want the vampire blood or something. And that's the way it would be back then. If they had something...
Yes, for example, Margarita, when she published, because Rabelais told her, publish your work.
Yeah.
She published this poem that then Anne Boleyn took to Elizabeth I, and that led to spying.
Spying, did you say? Led to spying?
To buying the America, some land or something.
Right.
It's like, but when she published the Mirror of the Sinful Soul, in which she says there is no death, the theologues of La Sorbonne were so angry, they said she should be put inside some clothes and sewn inside.
Sound, who's moving? Yeah, go ahead. They should put it where? They said she should be put
like inside like clothes, and sew the clothes and with her inside.
Wow.
And then throw that thing in the Seine, in the river. And she was the sister of the king. And the king said, she was even reported to the Inquisition, and the king said, okay, take your charges. But she was the sister of the king, and after that, she was very cautious.
Right.
She made a lot of things that were published when she died, but she would not dare to publish them when she was alive. And she was the sister of the king.
Right. When you
and even a queen herself.
When you listen to Ion from a few hours ago, when you hear that part of the show, you'll find out that Ion told me the other day that this Margarita is related to Roxana's mother. And then I went on about how Margarita is very close to Roxy right now, and he wouldn't tell us what form of closeness. And I think I said, was Margarita still alive? And I think they said yes. Now here's the other thing. At one point, Carolyn heard this. She says, "Well, maybe I was Margarita." Okay, so she went a little bobbish, and he got megalomania. I asked Ian. She probably was very embarrassed she did that. But anyways, Ian said that, no, she wasn't Margarita. She was the woman behind Margarita. Right. Now, that could be anything. But, so Carolyn was around this scene that we're talking about. And then I asked, I hope it's not too personal, I asked if Roxy's mother knew about this kind of stuff in her own lineage. And Ian said, it is they do not talk about it, they do not discuss it because it's considered too prideful. Too haughty was the word. In other words, the oligarchs have to look humble. And they don't want to go around rubbing in people's faces that they're sitting on the house in the hill and everybody else is in the ghetto. So it's like rich people don't talk about money. It's vulgar. And you'll hear that from J.W. But it was interesting that Roxana's mother considered it almost a sin to talk about your roots like that, which I found very interesting. And I told that to Roxy, and then she told me some interesting anecdotes that had new meaning for her about her mother in light of this.
Wow. Awesome.
Yes, and,
now, we're not saying this for anybody.
Yes, for example, one of the things that now I find very interesting are the coats of arms.
Yes, the coats of arms, yeah.
Because in the coats of arms, it's supposed to be like the program of your family, what you're supposed to do.
Yeah.
And
the program?
All these symbols have a meaning.
Your role, your function.
Yes, like your function.
Your purpose, your alibi for why you're better than the peasants. Your role, your accepted
No,
purpose.
like many people think this type of aristocrats were only exploiting the people, but it was a lot of work. It was not like...
No, that's true. It's like...
Like, for example, if you see... I was watching a video about the people that own Beauregard.
Yeah.
And the La Duchesse,
yeah.
She was saying, for example, just to repair one of the windows of the castle, she had to pay like 20,000 euros, and they're enslaved to these castles.
Yes.
Just to keep them.
Keep it going.
And to repair some of the things is impossible now because they need like a lot of trees and a lot of work and a lot of money that is not possible to have anymore. But it worked because it was another type of system. Like, I think it was your uncle in Urbino,
yes.
Federico.
Yeah.
He never lost a battle. He was a mercenary, and he will help all the soldiers that will get wounded in battle.
Yeah. He
will tax the people as little as possible. That's one of the cities in the Renaissance where Bob was active.
I think this was me. This is the nice Bob. Help people.
He made the most wonderful castle in the Renaissance, and Machiavelli was inspired on this guy to make the prince. But they...
You mean Machiavelli?
Really,
wait. Yeah. He inspired Machiavelli's The Prince, what you're saying, right?
Yes, because they say that his court was the only real court where gentlemen were gentlemen, and it was really like the ideal. He has a painting in which he portrays the ideal city, he really wanted to create the ideal, beautiful world of the completion. And this is the family in which Bob was acting in the Medici time.
Well, I had a point there. It was saying Margarita. Always remember, this is a big deal in Ezra Pound's cantos. Like, Pound said a society that didn't do usury, didn't charge interest, would make beautiful art. And I think this guy was not a usurious. The Urbino people weren't involved in usury. So they made beautiful art. And then Pound would document and write poetry about those places that did have usury would become corrupt art and failure.
Wow.
So, yeah, that's a major theme in Pound about the cantos. It relates to this.
That
thing.
relates.
And so, yeah, go ahead.
That relates to the frequency that Roxy was talking about earlier about the harmonious living.
Yeah.
Yes, that the adept has to create an environment around him. He has to perfect himself and his environment the best he can.
Right now,
so that's part of his work.
Right now, we're not trying to make people feel less than because of Roxy's mother or something. We're not talking about the aristocrats because they're greater than us. We're talking about how they, in the end, pointed to us, but they failed. That's the point here. They're less than us, is the way I would look at it. They were really good at what they did, but they were stuck in their time. Unless there were a few of them that were successful, but they went on to become eternal and didn't bother making anything because they lived on another level of manifestation.
Yes, but for example, this thing with the function that is on the coat of arms. For example, the family of my mother.
Yeah.
The saint patron is Saint Andrew, and Saint Andrew was crucified in a cross that is like an X. That's why in many flags you have this X.
What's an X? You mean an X?
Yeah, like
the cross.
The letter, the cross.
Yeah, X, Y, Z. The letter before Y. Right?
Yeah.
Letter before Y?
Of,
you're going to agree with that? Letter before Y?
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
It's the symbol of Invictus, of not losing, because even though he was crucified, he will not stop talking about the real religion to the people.
He died
so that's
talking.
One of our, yeah, so that's one of our duties that we have to tell everybody about the true, inform, put and report, even if we are crucified and ridiculed.
That's right. You keep the word going. Hey, Alyssa, Roxy's great aunts, two of them, formed the main convent in Mexico. They were part of that was a responsibility to start a religion, basically, or continue the Catholic religion in Mexico. And they're known, they're famous for being women who wrote books. They wrote books in the 19th century, rare women writers.
Yes, because they travel a lot.
How did they get into that, Roxy?
Well, their father was
I wanted to be. No.
They had a sense of responsibility. It's their religion. You know, Christianity is, they're in charge of it. They want the people to believe it, so they have to be good examples. And they have to take it seriously.
Mm-hmm. Yes, but it's like, for example, the first king of France, he was baptized in Saint-Remy by Saint Martin.
Ah.
And they will go around in France and convert all the people.
Yeah, once he was baptized.
Yeah, they thought it was really their duty to bring this truth to the people in the hope of eternal life. That is not like you think that you're going to be a little man forever.
Right.
There is this resurrection, this transmutation, and that's what McLuhan saw in Christianity, that that moved him to say this is the true religion, because it's the religion that
celebrates the body.
Well, and also has the information about the completion and the magnesium and the rebooting, that it was all like a metaphor. They had all the words, also the alchemists. They were looking for the stones, and they were saying it was about the transmutation of the metals.
Yeah.
And all these things that are happening now in for real, that metals, all the elements are changing.
Right.
And everything they say, all these ideas, these great ideas they had, is really what is happening now. That your blood is not only a symbol of you taking the wine and the bread. It's really for real that
and when you go, and I am telling you, when you go to the hospital, they're going to notice your blood. Now, who dispenses that information? Nobody ever even thought of saying it. Be careful. When you go to the hospital, they're going to get puzzled by your innards. What is that I was going to say? So that Alyssa, I say that the ideas that Ion has said are the most original in 50 years. No, this idea of telling people to watch out when they check your blood, you never heard of that. You never even knew that was a possibility, that it could change. That's an idea Ion invented, you could say. That's an original idea, original thing to say to people.
But it makes sense with the RNA.
Very.
Drop.
Yes. Yes.
And
so there's a connection of logic there.
Yep.
When the French kings converted to Christianity, they adopted this lapis lazuli blue as their color.
Oh, I love
and
that.
Also the flower of lis.
Wow.
And,
the fleur de lis.
It's also very interesting because the blue lotus, the blue lis, is the one in France. But for example, Florence had the red one, and then the America had the white May flower, which is also a type of lis flower.
Wow, yeah.
And these are the colors of the banners of England, France, and America.
Right. And so, Alyssa,
great pattern, Roxana.
The father.
Wow.
Right. The father of the two nuns, or her aunts that form the convent, that father, I think, was him, or his father, arranged for Maximilian III over there in Austria to come over and take over Mexico in like 1850 or 1860. The conspiracy LaRouche view is that Maximilian was working for the European oligarchy to form a front at the southern flank of the United States to topple the Republic of Abraham Lincoln, or people around his time. That's the negative view of Maximilian. But Roxy told me that Maximilian actually was a very benevolent emperor and actually did a lot for the people.
Yes, really. He made the education for everybody, public education. He avoided the segregation of the caste.
Yeah.
The physical punishment, and he separated the church from the government. He took a lot of the possessions of the church and gave to the people, distributed to the people, and that's why Napoleon was having a war with the Prussians, so they could not sustain him in Mexico. And they left it. The church and the other aristocrats didn't help Maximilian because they thought he was too liberal, and nobody helped him, and then he was
captured.
Yeah.
So there's this. Hey, Alyssa, there's this painting of the father of. Would he be the father of the aunt? Is it the father that offered the crown of the aunt?
Yes, he was a diplomat.
Right. So there's a painting of him presenting the crown to, with all his delegation, all the other Mexican guys behind him, presenting the crown to Maximilian. Now, because Maximilian went down, then this guy, her great-grandfather, he was in trouble too, so they had to go underground, and they all retreated back to Germany because her great-grandfather had been the diplomat to Germany.
Collaborate.
Yeah.
Yes, but there is this type of secret history because I was reading about another guy that I wanted to ask Ian about. His name was René Robert Cavalier de la Salle.
Wow.
And he was sent by King Louis XIV to set a colony in Florida and Louisiana.
Yeah.
And he immigrated to Canada when he was 22 in 1666. He went to Canada, and then from there he was sent by the king to make this French colony in America, and from there they were planning to invade Mexico. But I found it interesting that the name of this guy is René Robert.
René Bob, yeah. Now what?
There's a lot of totally in his life.
But where was the French colony that was going to invade the States? Where was this?
Well, La Louisiana.
Oh, Louisiana. Florida. Louisiana. Oh, okay.
That was from the French.
Right. But and the guy goes to Canada. That's pretty diluted. Why would he go to Canada? What's up there?
I have no idea. You have to ask Kaya.
He was looking for me, or it was me planting the treasure in Oak Island. I suspect this guy was another version of me.
Yeah, maybe it was your father or you, because he has both names.
He was my doppelganger.
Robert.
He was from another world, operating on the same points, but from another world's perspective, he came to our world to act out the future, to mime it, to prepare it.
Yes, and another thing that was very interesting that Diane said, that Virginia is not part of America, and for example, that
it's owned by the Queen.
It's all these portals, and that America came out of these portals.
Wait.
And these things they know.
Virginia, America?
They know this.
Yeah, it's called the Commonwealth of Virginia, and there's a whole bunch of law that's subject to a deal that the Queen, the royalty of England, made with the 19th century people that, or maybe even earlier, that kept the Queen and the royal family in control of it. They run Virginia. Remember when in May 2007, when that kid went nuts at Virginia Tech and killed some students?
Uh-huh.
All right?
Yeah.
At the time, unless it was 2009, I'm imagining I'm talking to Ion about it, but maybe before Ion, the Queen visited Virginia right during those weeks. So why was the Queen happening there? And she never comes to America. It's a big problem when the Queen comes. So there was a connection between the Queen coming to Virginia and a deal she had to make, and this is in the battle after 2006 when the whole economy went kaput all over the world in 2006. So then a year or two later, the Queen had to come to America to check up on her gold, and she had to do something in Virginia. And then this massacre happened, quote, as a distraction, whatever. I don't know the way to interpret it, but it was connected. And so why are we talking about that? That's Virginia, and
well, because of the connection with the Americas and the French.
Yeah.
That there is this secret history, these secret things going on behind.
And you know where you read that in Finnegan's Wake? You go to page 570 of Finnegan's Wake, 570 to 572, an incredible 3 pages of the battle over this check, this responsibility, this debt between the Catholics and the Protestants, and how they hand it back and forth to each other in conflict. Remember, the Queen is a Protestant, and it comes into, it's against the Catholic French.
Yes, and for example, another example of this green language, the
I was going to ask you, what is that phrase from? Where's the green language from? Is that Fulcanelli?
Yes, that's how the Hermetics call this type of mastery of language.
Now you look on the chart.
You also have the thing with amer. If you look at it in reverse, green max, you have amer and the word mer, and he will play with all these type of things that are in the word
right.
That he will say there's a lot in the words, in the anagrams, in the combinations you can do with the letters of a word.
That's one of the basic lessons of Phineas Wake, is that Joyce writes a book and plays with combining the letters in different directions to get out of your linear alphabetic hypnosis that you're taught as a child. You read linearly. Words have to be spelled properly. You forget how to play with the visual parts of the words, the double entendres. So he wrote.
Right.
So on a basic level, he is violating the grammar standards of regular education by making a book that plays every sentence with the order of the letters. That's loosening up your mind. And
yes, and another thing that I found very interesting lately is that he has all these genealogies of kings in the Finnegan's Wake. And many of the characters that Ian mentioned, the kings and the pre-electric king and all this.
Yeah, Roderick, the pre-electric king. You're saying are in Phineas Wake?
Yes.
Yeah.
For me, Joyce is like Nostradamus. There is a lot of like prophecy or things in there that you get. I think now we're starting to really
What? Did her phone go out? Did I go out?
No, you're there.
Maybe she dropped off.
She must have dropped. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I have her on her phone. Maybe the phone ran out. Now something just came in. This is no. So her battery's dead. Well, let me just. Bert, would you entertain Alyssa? Serve her a coffee or something. Just reestablish. Are you there, Bert? Maybe Bert fell out. Is that you, Bert?
Yes.
Okay, you fell out. When I click, it tells you it's unmuted or you hear a sound, so you know you're being unmuted, right?
Yeah, you hear a sound.
Hey, you're breaking up. What's that about?
You're choppy.
Do you hear a sound? I hear a sound. So
yes, you're okay right now.
Okay.
No. Can you hear us, Bert?
Yes, I can hear you. Loud and clear.
But you're breaking up. What's that about?
Up. Okay, so it's okay. How about now?
No, still broken up. Maybe you need to call back in, reconnect.
Call back. Okay.
Yeah. Meanwhile, I'm going to get Roxy, see what happens.
I wish I could play some Zappa or something.
All right, you're back. We're waiting for Bert. Let's try Bert here. Is that a better connection, Bert?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's better. No break.
Yes.
So, what were we talking about with that interruption? Was Roxy saying something?
Roxy was saying something.
Yes, but, I don't know what we were talking about anymore. But yes,
no, about the letters.
With
the altering of the letters, the puns, the changing the linear order of letters.
Phineas Wake.
Phineas Wake. Oh, yeah. I have something to tell you about Phineas Wake. At the James Joyce Society in New York one night, the head of the New York or Manhattan Freemasons came and spoke to us. And he'd become obsessed with Phineas Wake because he discovered all this Freemasonic inner knowledge that only he had learned by being initiated Freemasonic. It was all over Phineas Wake, and I think in Ulysses also. And he was very puzzled by this, so he became obsessed with Joyce. And he said he found what was interesting, I think he met the guy or he heard about it, that a Freemason came to Joyce and, I guess was impressed with Joyce. And he told Joyce all the secrets. He violated, his oath, his vow of silence. Damn. But he was so impressed with Joyce, and probably Ulysses, that he told Joyce everything. I found that out either through this guy or Evergreens or something. But Joyce had a lot of that knowledge, and he found it. He got it and put in there.
Yes, and that's something that, for example, Mozart also wanted the little man to sing the same songs as the emperor and to know about these things, and he also started to put this secret information in his operas, and some say he was killed because of that, because he was revealing.
Oh, some people say he was murdered?
Society.
People say he was murdered?
Yes, because his last opera, Don Giovanni, was commissioned by a mystery person that came always like with a mask, like from Venice, this type of mask, and he felt that he was being watched, and just like Marie Antoinette was killed, they sort of got rid of them too.
And you're saying Don Giovanni's about a guy with a mask?
No, he was commissioned by a mystery person that will come and see Mozart with a mask. He never knew who he was, but he was sort of scared because he knew
who he was.
That because he revealed some of these secret things. Well,
we've covered enough of history. Let's get into Frank a little bit more. I'll go get the book and we'll go through some names. Okay?
Yeah.
Have we exhausted your treasure of wisdom, Roxy? Have you told us everything you knew?
No, but I mean, these are the types. This is an example of how these Hermetics thought things reveal. Like, for example, we find a song by Zappa, Who is Fulcanelli?
Yeah.
And then Fulcanelli is a person that was studying all these systems of cathedrals and castles and trying to understand what was the real meaning of all these things Bob put there.
Yes. Now, look at it as the place we're going to, the Garden of Eden in the Bible, so we're going from Revelation backwards to the Garden of Eden, that already exists, and we're already there, but it's not obvious in this level of mortar. So I'm there, and you have these spin-offs of people like raiding the Garden of Eden. All these different groups, these different aristocratic groups or secret societies are raiding. They're coming in like a radio from an angle at the Garden of Eden. And the reason I'm there through a lot of it is that they're coming into my home, and I have to negotiate with them. I leave Garden of Eden, go hang out with them. And so think of it as radiating around a circle one minute I'm interacting with Moses, next minute I'm interacting with Duke Durbino, and next time I'm with Berlusconi here in the P2 Society in Italy. You know what I mean? They all are happening beside each other.
Yeah.
And you just step on an angle, like the dodecahedron. It's just everything is just a particular angle. And so I step over here to the right, and that will put me into the temple, and those guys still struggling, trying to get here, and picture it that way. Like the angel diagram, you're in the center, and time, the events of, quote, history are on spirals overlapping each other. And you can step into each one of them anytime. They're not in a linear time sequence. So they're still there. So Ion told Roxy that she was moving towards Moses. She had not fully formed Moses' wife that she was in the Bible towards Moses. Like, so Moses, all these scenes around us are still growing. The Duke Urbino is still trying to make his temple better. The St. Martin family is still trying to make their churches better. So the becoming part is really important. That's going to be changed. So eventually we'll see the real pyramid. So the pyramids we see are not complete.
Yes, and that will explain these anomalies of things that we don't understand how they were built, like...
they built from the same place.
Yeah, the glasses in the cathedrals, or the thing that for the Cathedral of Santa Maria dei Fiori in Florence, they say the construction of that cathedral marks the start of the Renaissance. So, like you said, there are some things that some people do that somehow have an effect on the environment and in
that's Brunelleschi. Roxy was mentioning how I knew the name Brunelleschi. He invented the cupola, the dome.
The biggest, and they didn't know how they were going to solve that, but they will start.
They start anyway.
These cathedrals will last 200 or wherever.
Hey, Roxy,
they didn't even knew.
Yeah, they didn't.
And the guy that made the couple, there was like a contest to say, okay, tell us how you could do it. He was born 80 years after they started to build the cathedral, and Brunelleschi didn't show how he was going to do it, but he won.
He still convinced them.
Yes, because they say, how are you going to do it? And they say, I cannot tell you, it's a secret. But this is the thing that, who knows? Who told them? The angel, Zion, who knows?
Well, this is exactly, Roxy.
I can do it. And they think, how you're going to bring all these...
None of your business. And you're so confident. Well, he must know, because he won't even try to fool us. He has confidence in not telling us. That proves he knew it. He says, I don't have to tell you, fucker.
He convinced them. He said, okay, bring me an egg. And they brought an egg, and he asked the jury to try to make the egg stand. And nobody could, because the egg will fall to the side.
Yeah.
And they say, okay, how are you going to make it stand? And Vasari says he broke the ass of the egg. He says it like that. So he broke the egg, and so then the egg was standing.
Right, it was two halves. That'd be the dome.
Yes, and they said, well, we could do that too. And he said, no, you didn't know how to do it. I know how to do it. And he won without telling how he was going to do it.
And he wasn't going to tell them, but he couldn't, because he had fucking Ion and Bob with him, and he couldn't give away that secret.
And he never never built anything before, and he was not an architect. He was only
that's like me,
like a ceramist.
You're making me.
But he was an alchemist.
Yeah, listen to this, Roxy. We go step by step with Ion. We have no idea when we started making the Answer to Cancer how to do it. He said he'd tell us as we went. We didn't know how to do the Coldplay, and he told us we went. And so we just started building things. We're still doing that, and we don't know ultimately how to finish it. But we have confidence that Ian will tell us at the right time what the next step is. So we're building it the same way as those guys. We don't know what we're doing.
Yes, you're doing this big Magnus opus.
Right.
Without knowing how, but just start.
We just start with Ian. We just say, well, we'll keep talking to this phenomenon. We believe in the phenomenon and keep talking to it, despite universal ridicule.
But for me, this type of metanoia, going back and finding all these things,
right,
is like a validation, a confirmation that it has been like this always. That all humanity is crazy, but they were trying to achieve the completion.
Yeah.
The Opus Magnus, and we just share what
we're just singing while we work. So Roxy came forth for the Ion work because her mother forced her to. And here's the other thing. Her mother produced 4 interesting women. They're all like activists in some way. One is a people's activist in Seattle. Another one is a big TV guru in Mexico City. So you've got Roxy in the art world, or whatever she is. Then she gets into Iondom. Then you got the other sister is a TV evangelist, and then you have another one in Seattle, who's a folk activist. It's pretty interesting what these Larrainzar women.
This compulsion that we have to.
Yeah, you're following your great aunt. I mean, Roxy wanted to be a nun, Alyssa, when she was 13 and 14 because of her family tradition. She goes to the convent, and her and her friend treated so badly, she said, fuck that, and became a radical artist. She went to the pagan side.
I went to Ireland. But I knew I was fine.
Or cash flow and all these things. He was just constantly couldn't stop listening to everything Ion said. He was driven by it. And it drove her boyfriend nuts.
Because I always wanted to know many things Ion was explaining, and it made sense.
Yeah, the things that Ion brought up, you already were interested in.
Yes. Yeah, so this is the but who's Fulcanelli?
At the end of the restaurant at the end of the galaxy.
What the Fulcanelli?
Yeah. What the Fulcanelli? Hey, that just reminded me of something. You're going Fulcanelli, and I'm going, what the fuck, Ellie? I got an email from Ellie, Michael Roselle.
No, but another thing is...
Wait. Did you know what I mean by Ellie? You know who Ellie is? Ellie is Michael Reed's wife, and she ran the Evergreen Sessions. Out of the blue, she asked me to be her friend.
What's the Fulcanelli with Ellie?
Yeah, what the fuck's up with Ellie? She wants me to be her friend on Facebook. Or she wanted her to be my friend, whatever it is. But she emailed me. First time she's ever asked me for anything since Michael died. So, Ellie, what the fuck's up with Ellie is embedded in Fulcanelli.
Yeah.
Bob.
Yeah.
But
Alyssa. Now remember, Alyssa, your name is a key name in Finney's Wake. What's her name? Anne Olivia Pluribel is often called Alyssa. There's variations on Alyssa, and there's also the daughter, Issy. You've got Issy in your name, so your name fits the school.
Oh, yeah.
So
hey, I can tell my delay is happening. And I want to call back in and see if it can stop.
Okay, all right. Now, I wonder if there's something. What's a recording?
Maybe we should just listen to the Ring of Fire by Zappa.
Yes, I played it earlier. You want to hear it again? Oh yeah, for the people here, for the Zappa people.
For the record.
For the record, yes. Ring of Fire.
Because that would be one of the translations we could make of Fulcanelli.
Yes.
Another answer to the Fulcanelli, who the fuck is Fulcanelli, is Bob is Fulcanelli because he's in the middle of the Ring of Fire. He's in Hawaii.
Right, we're right in the middle of the Ring of Fire. That's right. I think there's a story that Zappa met Johnny Cash, invited him to his concert, and he didn't come.
Really?
Yeah, and then Frank did the song anyway. But I think I'm right on that. I remember there was some little... I thought, Johnny Cash is probably too proper of a guy of the country. Zappa never liked country music. He basically refused to do country music. That was one thing he was pissed off at, old friends of his would say. So who knows what Cash figured out and why he didn't come. But Frank did it. Ring of Fire. So
for Ian.
For Ian.
For Bob.
For Bob. Yes, I asked for it. And, they did it. And it's a joking one. It's a joking put on. So make sure the sound is working.
Maybe that's what Johnny Cash knew, that Frank may have was very manipulative or had a lot of satire that he was going to make fun of him, maybe. Maybe that's what Johnny Cash or his handlers sensed.
Yeah. And also, remember, I don't know how much Johnny Cash was a figure in the Christian fundamentalist movement. I don't know. They probably all liked him, but I don't know what he did with them. But Frank was the enemy of the evangelists. That was known. So that many of his audience might have been these kind of Christian fundamentalists. And he knew it wouldn't be good to be seen with Zappa. All right. We can always ask Ion, right? We can always check with Ion about the fact. The fact. Okay, so... We
want to open the Lotus and connect the world.
Yeah.
Stop asking this nonsense.
Okay, for one last time, we play the Ring of Fire.
Yeah.
No, that doesn't make it. Did I make some environmental noises? I thought I was on mute.
No.
Okay, good.
I just heard the music.
Yeah, you just heard the music. So what that we just heard was Road Ladies from 1970, the album Chunga's Revenge. Are you guys hearing an echo? No.
Yes, but not
yes,
that.
I do.
Okay, I have to turn some things off. Okay, just a second. I thought I'd play Ring of Fire twice. I actually like the song. I like the way they do it.
I like the way he comments everything, like, that's right, yes, that's right.
Yes. I think some people find that...
He exaggerates even more. But that's the thing, I mean, the Ring of Fire, the fire is like a big thing now in the conclusion. And he's presenting the Ring of Fire in this funny way, the satire.
Obviously satirizing Johnny Cash. To me, it's quite put on, the way they're doing it.
Yes, but, I mean, the thing that for Ian, this is like something big, the Ring of Fire.
Ian presents the Ring of Fire as a serious song. It doesn't think it should be satirized. It's an important song.
But that's part of the satire. We're talking about this end of the Opus Opus Magnus that took so long. Everybody was doing this with sometimes all their lives.
Yeah.
And now we just make fun of everything.
Yes. Yes. Okay, so now I guess I've got to open it for Alyssa. She probably came in and I forgot to do it. That's you, right, Alyssa? You're in.
Yes.
Okay. Did you want to say something before we do the freakout list?
This is all really good material.
Did you like that Road Ladies? Did you like Frank's guitar and Road Ladies? What you just heard, did you like that?
Yeah, but
guitar?
Going back, yeah, it was good. We don't need to go back into it, but if you guys like on your own time listen to what was the title of the Fulcanelli piece by Zappa?
But who is Fulcanelli? But it begins with but. But who is Fulcanelli? Yeah, but who? But.
Yeah. It might be interesting to you to listen to the bass line that happens through that piece as well, because obviously the guitar is very, ornamental and doing all these awesome things that Roxy was sort of covering with the
song
canon and everything. But the bass line definitely has a presence, and it is also ionic being there.
All right. Do you want me to replay it so we can listen to that? You said we didn't have to, but you want to hear it again, Roxy?
Yeah, you. Yes.
Yeah, let's hear it again. Now that we know so much more after a couple of hours in Roxy's classroom, we're super informed about what this thing's about.
Well, it's just a pretext to talk about Bob.
Yeah, that's right. Now, you notice after the Ring of Fire, it went into some New York DJ complaining about carts on the sidewalk. That's on my iTunes list of 1,200 Zappa songs, but there's a couple of weirdnesses that got in there. So I don't know where that came from. I don't know who he is, and thought I'd listen for a second. But it always hops to another song. It doesn't hop it chronologically. It just hops somewhere. So here we go. Oh, jeez, I think I turned the sound off. Sorry. All right. No, not going to make it.
But I really like the phrase, you only have groupies and promoters to love you.
Yeah. And he misses his old lady mama back in the ranch. House in the country. Now, he's talking about Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young and those guys, the country rockers that was coming in right then in 1970. Okay, so we got that.
Hello. Fulcanelli.
I'm just turning off all the buttons.
Here.
Right, we still have an echo. Okay.
But then I don't remember if we really said that the identity of Fulcanelli is not known. Many think it's a group of persons.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because here's my problem. I asked if I could find it. I'll maybe take a look. I asked the Evergreens about Fulcanelli, and they talked about him as being a guy in 1600 or something. So.
Well, he's supposed to be an eternal, actually.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that would fit. I'll look it up while we're playing later when I'm playing some recordings, so I can look up Fulcanelli. Maybe I can play what the Evergreens said about him. But that's a good point. The Evergreens didn't tell me. I don't know who I was thinking of. I don't know if I knew anything. Maybe I knew about the Morning of the Magicians. But I remember thinking, well, that's odd that he lived back in the 1600s. But of course, I was not informed then of us living for long stretches. Okay, so we're now going to see what we can find in Frank. And I'm going to click off that. If I click off this button that Bill doesn't like me to play with,
line muted.
that creates some quiet. I have to remember. Yeah, I have to remember to unclick.
Yes.
Yes. Now.
Yes, I was remember in one program I saw from the French TV, an old program, one of the persons that is supposed to have met Fulcanelli, he was also telling about a man who repaired clocks in Paris. He was supposed to have died, and there was a funeral and everything, and then the man was seen again, and he was saying that there are these persons that fake their death, but don't die, and they're around.
Fulcanelli said that?
No, one of the students
People
or
knew
the persons that knew him. He was telling about somebody else.
Right.
That I think somebody even made a song about that, and it was even in the news or something in that time that this person was supposed to be dead, and they had the funerals, and then he was seen and recognized.
Well, what we've learned from Ion, we now talk and think this way, and we can see the references to breadcrumbs and different historical points, like you're citing Fulcanelli. But the purpose of Ion, one of the purposes was to have the little man hear about this stuff. So the elites, the aristocrats, whatever they are, they talked about this all the time and taught it. But they didn't. They kept it to the little groups. We're making this available for 5 billion people, 7 billion people to hear how. And that's actually what the Evereens told me years ago. They said, Bob, your role is to present information that the people don't know about, and you're presenting the perspective of other people that the average man doesn't know about. And that's what we're doing here. We're presenting the perspective of the subculture of eternal people. This is anthropology. We've discovered this tribe of eternals that we're telling everybody about.
Yeah.
Wow.
These freaks.
These freaks.
Freak out.
Yeah, freak and see. So I'm just going to check and see if anybody wants to say something for a minute or two. There's a lot of people listening. So, Madeline, do you have something to say? Question, statement? Madeline? I don't know. Kim came in right away. I don't know if she knew I was going to say that. Okay, so Madeline's not saying anything. Kim, did you want to say something? I assume that. Yeah. That's not Kim. It's a New Jersey number. Who is this? 856.
It's your favorite guy, Kyle.
Kyle. Do you have anything you want to say? You want to promote Grand Funk Railroad, or what's on your agenda tonight?
No, but I would appreciate if you let me talk to Ian, because I've got this back problem I've had for many years. And I went to my doctor, and I'm wanted to get an MRI, and I'm thinking about having surgery. So
did you call? Oh wait, yeah, you can talk to Ian next week. Did you call in earlier when Ian was here?
Yeah, and I sat right there to the last end, hoping to get on, and you didn't get me on. But that's all right. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it tomorrow.
Oh, hey, Kyle, are you not doing surgery this coming week?
No, I'm not going to do it at all unless he tells me he thinks it would be advantageous, because I'm okay, but I just have never-ending low-grade pain. And if I...
Okay, so Kyle, next week Ian will be here for many longer hours, so we'll put you in next week, okay?
Okay. One other thing, Bob. I don't know how this happened, but I was just going over your website, and I was going back through the whatever you call it, the archives, and seriously, it was total synchronicity. I clicked on the picture, had a picture of Elvis, so I said, let me click on this and see what they were talking about. And it turned out that was the first time that I came on the show. And I'm telling you, you should go back and listen to the last 2 hours of that show. It starts off, the second hour starts off.
What's the date?
June the 14th, 2014.
Okay. All right. I don't want to go on too long.
Okay, well, just let me give you it's crazy.
But how is there a picture of Elvis in our archives?
It's a picture of him with a sweater on when he's real young. I don't know. I don't even know how I got there.
Kyle, where are the pictures of Elvis in our archive? There's something Ginny put there? I have never heard of this. Okay,
let me see. I'll back it up. Guys still got it on.
Well, we're not going to get... You do it. I'm moving forward. Okay.
Okay, but I'm telling you...
Probably, is it on ionandbob.com?
Ionandbob.com?
Achieve.
Is that where it is?
It's great.
Is it on ionandbob.com?
Yes.
Okay, maybe Ed put it up. Okay, that makes sense. All right.
Ed does pictures.
And, and Kyle did a lot with Elvis, so that's why the synchronicity is he's on the one with the picture. I think that's Kyle's.
Right. That's the only reason I clicked there.
Okay, good.
That's the only reason.
All right. That's a very good reason. All right, we'll do someone else. So, Corbin. Anything you want to say, Corbin, if you're still awake? No, he's gone. Susanna, did you want to say something? No, Susanna. Oh, wait a minute. Yes, Susanna, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, wow, good stuff.
Good. We knew we had some positive reinforcement from you. All right, that's all you want to say.
You were the one that asked about the thing that brought the pergamon.
Say it again, Roxy.
Yeah, I was talking about pergamon with her.
With you, Susanna.
Right. I was talking about the lampstands.
Right.
And he said I couldn't jump past the churches. The pergamons and the others. He listed them. Or they listed them. So I need to listen to that video some more, and then what you talked about tonight was good stuff, too. I can't remember.
It's because at the end he said the churches are the banks, and the Church of Pergamon is the Deutsche Bank.
Right.
Oh.
Which is a major bank today.
So because of all these changes in the economy and in the currencies, maybe that's something that has to happen before the lamps. All these things going on now.
Yes. Did you hear me play the song by a band called Wilco called Impossible Germany? I played that. Yeah, I have to look up the lyrics. I didn't get all that you're saying, but
that's a great song.
Yeah, Impossible Germany. Who is Wilco? Is that a band that's been around for a while?
Yeah, they were like a early 2000s era indie band that got pretty successful before things with the digital platform really started changing.
They got in there just...
They're kind of one of the more contemporary indie bands, like...
Right.
Yeah.
In the last phase before digital chaos. digital collapse.
Yeah, and there's quite a solo in that, too. It's kind of a...
Yes, it was good. The one I played. Yeah, excellent solo.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. That's Nels Klein. He's kind of like a... Anyway, yeah.
A what? He's kind of like what?
Oh, I thought you had moved on. He's just like... Nels Klein is a sort of a virtuoso on guitar, so it's kind of cool because some of his candor of how he plays is very obvious. And I wonder what he would think of Zappa's stuff.
Right. Okay, thank you. Sean, did you want to say something?
Hi, Bob.
Yes.
Yes, I just, very good show. And, yeah, I got prompted to look at light, again, how light particles move and stuff. And like when our cells divide, we make light. So I want to ask Ian about what the RNA drops, if that makes more light in the cell division. But we actually, where he says be salt and light, we actually, every time our cells divide, photons explode.
All right.
Yeah, so that's
good.
quite cool.
All right. Well, you can do that. All right. And nothing to say about Zappa?
I listened to some of it, on an awful lot of good things in there. It's just too much for me to listen to all at once. With all the other stuff.
But what do you think of Zappa or his music?
I really think, like you said, he was most definitely onto something, and marvelous human creator. He saw these things, and it's worth it. It's worth the time you're giving him.
Good. All right, thank you.
To dig up.
All right, and then Robert, did you have anything to say, Robert?
Can you hear me?
Yes, you blind bastard. I was telling you got it all over us because you're fucking blind. We're still fucking sighted.
Well, after I had to take a nap, so now about after 4 in the morning here. But, when I went back to my bedroom and I got on the miniature tramp, I have a couple of rebounders, and I had lost my house keys 2 or 3 weeks ago. And I felt something under my foot, and there they were. And I thought, oh, my God, I lost my new set of keys. But these were the old set. And I thought, but how'd that happen? I mean, we look everywhere for them.
Well, I talked about losing. Hey, Robert, you're a neophyte, a novice in Iondom. When we first were involved with Ion, there was all this talk about losing keys into parallel worlds and then popping back. So you're having one of the original experiences of an early Ionet with your keys.
Oh, another thing I was going to ask Ion, I think last year, sometime a couple years ago, I put my credit card on the counter in a coffee house, and I felt, this is after I'd done a lot of releasing, like can you let go of disapproving or this and that and so on. And I was feeling really good. And then I felt something in my left hand. I thought, I wonder if this thing could stand upright by itself, right on the edge. And I lift up my hand, and it was standing up. I mean, there was nothing. Well, it felt like a force field around it. And I was going to ask about that. And I haven't been able to do that except one other time, and that was in the same place.
Well, what was standing? You didn't tell us what was standing.
Well, it shouldn't be able to. There's no way it could do that unless it's been held.
What is it? You're not telling us the noun of the paragraph. What is it that was standing?
Oh, the credit card.
Oh, okay, the credit card.
It's like when usually you take your credit card out, or in this case it was a card, and I was holding that edge up, on the counter. The bottom of it was on the counter, and the top of it was on my hand, and it just I felt a force field around it, and I just lift my hand up, And I repeated this process several weeks later and in front of witness, too. But, normally I can't even begin to do that. And I was going to ask about the state. I was in a really good state of mind or whatever. I was feeling really good. And other times, it just doesn't work. I mean, there's no way it could work. I call it the card trick. And I thought maybe this is a way of testing to see where I'm at in my psyche, so to speak.
No, that's good. You can ask Ian about that.
I know it's such a small thing, but still.
No, it's important to you. Okay, we're going to move on. We got the story. Standing credit card, and you can ask it next week. All right, so I think that's our lurkers. Well, here's anonymous at the bottom. Who's this anonymous at the bottom? Anonymous. So I've got you, Bert, right? All right, you sound whack. Yes. You sound weird. Who are you giggling in the distance?
Roxy, it was Roxy.
What? Who are you? Hey, Bert, did you get her name?
No, didn't get a name. I just heard a mumble or something.
Roxy, did you get her name?
No.
It sounded like she said, Roxy. Parallel World Roxy.
No, it was Roxy. It was Roxy that giggled.
No. I'm very quiet.
No, I can see.
No?
You can speak through that. I can see on the template who's speaking.
Oh, who is that?
Roxy's.
I'm on the phone.
Yeah, I think it's Roxy from 2009. Weak Roxy. Despondent, melancholy Roxy. Well, who is speak? Come on, anonymous, speak up. Who are you? Look at that. They just hide. They won't say anything. Come on. Say something. What? Who are you?
What?
That's
Come on, Forsling. Speak, Forsling.
No, man. Who is it? Do it again.
Be part of the love feast.
Yes. That's our Roxy. Who's this other one? Come on, anonymous. Speak again. Here she is. What? What? Speak. Come on. Hey. I can see the red on the template. I can see her speaking, but she's not saying much. She's coughing. Did you wander into the wrong world? Yeah, see, she's coughing. Ahem. We're talking to you. You.
Are you talking to me?
No, that was Roxy. No, this is the other one. Come on, who are you? Speak. You're coughing. Wait a minute. That was Roxy.
No.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, it was.
Yeah. There was another Roxy. You sound like it.
I repeated it, guys. It was me.
Yes, it did.
I repeated it.
No, you're not coming through her speaker. I can see her speaker. There's no red coming out. You guys are speaking through other speakers. Okay, come on. Anonymous one. Cough again. Either she doesn't understand we're talking to her, and she's just listening or not listening, or she's playing.
Oh yeah, maybe her thing is muted.
No, I've unmuted it. You want to speak?
No, but she has us muted. She has us muted, maybe.
There she is. She just made a big noise. I think it's like a monster.
Hello.
Hello, monster. They're rustling around in the back basement. Speak again. Come on. Okay, let's get going. Block her out. Him or her out. So we got 1, 2, 3 people. And Susanna. We block Susanna. Oh, Madeline. But she's not here. I've only got 2 people. Are you there, Bert?
Yes.
Okay. Are you there, Roxy?
You hear me?
Yes, Bert. And Roxy, can you just speak? Roxy. Someone just coughed. Roxy, what happened to Roxy? Lucky I'm patient. Are you there, Alyssa?
Yes.
Okay. You got Bert and Alyssa. Where did Roxy go? You were here. Are you the mystery person, Roxy? No. Did I phone her? She's been disconnected again, I think. Right? So I got to phone her.
Oh, yeah.
Try that. Yeah.
Originally you phoned her, yeah.
Yeah, she was on my line, so I got to phone back. Okay.
Bert, how do I send you a message on Dude?
You have to, I guess you have to post more to get the,
oh, yeah. I have to post more.
Crypto.
Oh, man.
That's probably why.
The Skype?
Do you follow what Carolyn does? Do you follow it? Okay.
Who are you asking, Bert?
Alyssa. I was going to ask her if she follows Carolyn's work.
Yeah, Alyssa. Are you on board?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
All right. Did you listen on Monday? I think I've seen you being there on Monday. Right? You've been in there.
Yeah, I was around for a little while I was making dinner.
Right. Okay, let's go forward.
Very.
All right. We got up to 144, remember? Preston Love, jazz saxophonist and composer, worked with such renowned artists as Billie Holiday and Ray Charles, among many others. So this is the freak-out list. Zappa's list of 179 names. We'll finish it tonight. 145 is Slim Harp. What?
That's exciting.
Right. Slim Harpo, blues musician, one of the greatest exponents of blues harmonica. His song, I'm a King Bee, was a favorite of the young Frank Zappa. And then there's Carl Cohen, K-O-H-N, Austrian composer, musicologist, taught composition at Pomona College, where his students include the young Frank Zappa. In Frank Zappa's brother's biography of Zappa, or memoir, he talks about Frank with some other woman. They go and visit this teacher at the University of Pomona College, and Zappa asks if he can sit in on the courses and not pay, probably not paid, and not get a credit. And Carl Cohen immediately recognized Zappa was pretty talented and let him sit in. But what astounded Carl Cohen, here's Zappa sitting in the class, and they had to write up compositions. He said Zappa would do it in ink, the most professional way, and never make a mistake. He was amazed at how Frank wrote out his compositions. And he was just auditing. He wasn't even in the class, and he wasn't going to get a credit. So Frank was learning for its own reason, for itself. Then there's another guy, Bob Narciso, personal friend of Frank Zappa from his days at Studio Z, the 63-65 period. Likely to have been just a friend and not a musical associate. What's that? Watch yourself there. Johnny Guitar Watson, blues, R&B guitar player, one of the finest of his or any other era, and a huge influence on Zappa. They would become friends later, remaining so for the rest of Zappa's life. Tim Sullivan, personal friend of Frank Zappa, producer and director of Run Home Slow, which Zappa scored. I think that's a high school teacher, Tim Sullivan, but it should say that. Anyways, he directed Run Home Slow, and Zappa eventually got paid for it, and I think he bought some props for that, or he bought the studio, or he bought both. And it's Paul Buff Studio. 150, Sonny Tufts, American actor whose career was not particularly distinguished, but whose name was referenced in jokes for years, notably in the Rocky and Bullwinkle series. So there's Frank picking up the populist language. And there's a guy referencing jokes, like a meme. He made the list. John Wayne, legendary American actor and man's man, also known as the Duke. And it says, possible conceptual continuity alert, because you have the Duke of Prunes, the Duke this and the Duke that in some of Zappa's lyrics. So the author here says, possible conceptual continuity alert that John Wayne was called the Duke. Had a notable altercation with Zappa during a mother's performance of the... Who's coughing? Is that Alyssa? Yeah.
The mystery coughing woman.
All right, just mute, just temporarily. Well, you can't mute, can you? Because you're on my line.
No, but it was not me.
Oh, it had to be Alyssa.
It wasn't
right,
me.
Alyssa?
No.
Well,
no, it wasn't me.
Who could cough? It wasn't Bert. Right, Bert? Hey, Roxy, would you...
No, it was me.
No, Roxy.
No, it was not me.
Oh, maybe I've opened that. I forgot to block the anonymous person. Okay, so I'll block that. Yeah, it's the anonymous person. Because you've got here... I forgot that Roxy is in my phone, not on the template. Okay, so we got Bert and Alyssa. So John Wayne had a notable altercation with Zappa during a mother's performance of Whiskey A Go-Go in 1965, the result of which was John Wayne, drunkenly clambering on stage during the show to proclaim his intent to run for the presidency of the United States, as recalled by Zappa in the real Frank Zappa book. He clambered drunkenly on stage and said he's going to run for president. Another story is I remember Zappa was sitting outside a club, and Wayne came out, and he kind of mocked Frank, the way he was dressed or something. That was when Frank was a nobody, and he didn't like that. So Clarence Gatemouth Brown, American blues multi-instrumentalist, another huge influence on Zappa, who treasured his copies of songs such as Okie Dokie Stomp. Junior Madeo, also known as Elwood Junior Madeo, guitarist for Zappa's high school bands called the Ramblers and later the Blackouts. His speaking voice can be heard on the track called The Blackouts, issued on the album The Lost Episodes in 1996. Jeff Harris, friend of Frank Zappa during his brief period attending Mission Bay High School in San Diego. Zappa would later fondly recall the time spent with Jeff Harris making up little skits, presumably of a comedic nature with Harris. They made up little skits. Bobby Adler, friend of Frank Zappa from his time in Lancaster, introduced Frank and his brother Bobby to the delights of an alcoholic beverage by the name of white port and lemon juice. What do you think of that? He's citing a guy who turned him on to an alcohol drink. Well, there's your kitchen. Everybody contributes.
Chemist.
And he did his song. As a matter of fact, let's just give you a taste of that song. Wine. It's a good song. Yeah, wine, port, and lemon juice. What if he mentions this guy? What's his name? Bobby Adler. Wine, port, and juice. Now I got to start adjusting the buttons, all right?
Yeah.
Wine, port, and lemon. WPLJ. There's a 1986 version, a 1969, 69, like many versions. So, what do I have to do to... anybody remember what buttons I got to press? Come over and help me? think that's everything. I have a nice idea. I think that the more sensitive of you will be quite touched by this idea. What we have here...
Oh, no.
Yes. You know who you are. You're a sensitive one. He lists these events in his life. Now, following the Ionic principle of enjoy yourself in the moment, now, enjoying yourself. So Mozart or Bach, when they listed their influence, they never cited a great drinking night they had someplace in Munich. One night, I had this great party. It was great. Definite influence on my creativity. You know? It's like he's citing the joy of living, his environment of himself. And so he cites these interesting people that maybe did something with him one night or one weekend that was important, or maybe not even important. He just has a great memory of it. Now that's I don't think people. Sorry, I hope I was clear. I had my mic up. I don't think anybody has ever cited influences like that.
No.
I mean, he probably played.
That's cool.
He played hooky one day.
Some people mention some composers, but not like the friend, the one that gives you the drink. And
He probably played hooky one day. I know that he blew up the toilets in a high school, maybe junior high school. The guy he did that with, it probably had all kinds of interesting effects on him, whether I don't know if he got caught or not, but that's a memorable transformation in his life, the effect of doing that. So he cites that as an influence. That's being aware of your being made up of many environmental factors, not saying, oh, I read this book or that book or this literate subject topics. This is what's unique. I mean, I have I'd be really good at that. I could cite all kinds of neat times I had with different people. As a matter of fact, if I ever got an Oscar or some big thing that had big honors, that's what I'd do. I would try to cite people that I haven't spoken to in 60 years, you know, and just mention something really particular and see if that guy would hear it. I'd love to do that. Be really obscure. So Frank's doing that. So that was Bobby Adler, friend of Frank Zappa from his time in Lancaster, introduced Frank and his brother Bobby to the delights of an alcoholic beverage by the name of white port and lemon juice. Daddy O'Curtis Crump, unknown personage, possibly a personal friend of Zappa or a parallel worlder who invaded Frank's kitchen. No, sorry, that was not me. Possibly a personal friend of Zappa or a local entertainer of some sort. I know that Zappa, he tells his story, he was out in the desert in those days when nobody knew anything, and he was at a club or some place, and he met this guy, and the guy took him back to his hovel of a home, and they walked in, and the guy had on his record player a Stravinsky opus, some major Stravinsky thing that Zappa loved and played, but had never mentioned it to anybody, because nobody in the desert town there knew who Stravinsky was. But there in the desert, he found this guy who knew Stravinsky, and he talked about this, 10 years later in an interview.
Wow,
that's pretty neat. And he talked about this odd guy, and he had a pretty unique trailer with these kind of objects in it. So that's pretty neat. Karl-Heinz Stockhausen, 157. Karl-Heinz Stockhausen, German composer, a pioneer in the field of electronic music, and a huge influence on a number of progressively minded composers of the day in both the serious and rock music fields. Joe Houston, jazz, R&B saxophone player. His All Night Long was one of Zappa's favorite songs and was covered by the Mothers of Invention in 1969. Zappa misspelled Houston on the list. He spelled it H-U-S-T-O-N rather than H-O-U. H-O-U-S-T-O-N. Chuck Higgins, R&B saxophone player. His Pachuco Hop was a favorite of Zappa's and was covered by the Mothers of Invention in 1969. Did you ever hear the term Pachuco rock or wop or anything in Mexico, Roxy? Is that a term?
No.
It's an L.A. term for the Mexicans in L.A.
Yeah, only the Pachuco, but that I don't.
What is Pachuco to you?
Yeah, these were in the 40s, 50s, the Mexican
the Zoot Suiters
to America.
The Zoot Suiters.
Yes, they had this very extreme look.
Right.
Like they will wear very, very white pants.
Yes.
On the contrary of now that some people use them very low. They will use it very high. Very long jackets, and sometimes they had feathers on their hats.
Right. What did the word pachuco mean?
It's some type of slang. I don't know exactly what they will refer to. I only know it's this type of fashion.
Right. Okay. 160. Big J. McNeely, another R&B sax player, a particular favorite of Zappa, who owns several. Zappa owns several of McNeely's recordings. Jim Sherwood, also known as Motorhead, lifelong friend of Zappa, lived at Studio Z in Cucamonga for a time, roadie for and later member of the Mother's Invention. And I would add, Carol and I were with Motorhead in the little cottage that's on the cover of Grand Wazoo the night that that Zappa was with John Lennon closing the Fillmore East. I think it's June 4th and 5th, 1971. That night, I was in Frank's house while he was with Lennon. That must mean something in terms of interpersonal alchemy. I was explaining earlier, alchemy is walking around interacting with people, with your body. I was when finally Frank and Lennon played together, I was in Frank's house. Isn't that amazing? That's pretty alchemical.
And now you're here.
Now I'm here, and you guys are in my ear.
Yeah.
We're in everybody else's ear that's listening. Actually, we're in their central nervous system, not the ear. So Motorhead, who just passed away recently, there was an interview with him. I guess he left L.A. and he's wearing a cowboy uniform, and he's like in Colorado or someplace, and they interviewed him for some documentary, and he was remembering Zappa, and he started crying in the interview. That was interesting. And this is a guy who knew Frank in high school. Also, crashed at Frank's. 162, Sandy Schwainkamp, girlfriend of Zappa during his days at Antelope Valley High School. Her parents allegedly moved her to a private school when they felt that their daughter was getting too close to the young Mr. Zappa. Now, in the interview that Bob Marshall and I did with Zappa, Zappa brings up a girlfriend in high school that he was having sex with, and his parents, her parents moved them away. He didn't give the name, but I guess this is who it is. They forced the daughter, moved her or the family, everything moved. And I always wonder if that affected Zappa emotionally in terms of, was it his first love, long love? Did he remember? Did he care? Probably not. Sandy Schwainkamp, girlfriend of Zappa during his days at Antelope Valley High School. Her parents allegedly moved her to a private school when they felt that their daughter was getting too close to the young Mr. Zappa. Nadine Reyes, friend of Frank Zappa, a fellow attendee of Antelope Valley High School. Kay Sherman, Frank's first wife. The dissolution of their marriage had a profound effect on his worldview. On the list, it's spelled K-A-Y-E, but here it's K-A-Y. Donald Woods, vocalist for two of Zappa's favorite doo-wop combos, the Medallions and the Bel Airs, wrote and recorded the song The Man from Utopia, which Zappa covered for the album of the same name in 1983. Richard Berry, R&B pianist, vocalist, and composer, wrote that all-time conceptual continuity smash, Louie Louie. Now, they're saying that if Zappa repeats something, that's, one album, next album, one scene, another scene, repeats Louie Louie. They're calling that conceptual continuity. I don't think that's content. I don't think that's conceptual continuity. Don't know if I can define it, but I wouldn't want to limit it to just something being repeated. So I raised that question. What would be conceptual continuity if it wasn't just some repeating motif? Huggy Boy, Los Angeles area disc jockey, real name Dick Hugg, who spun a lot of Zappa's favorite rock and R&B records. Vernon Green, R&B vocalist, leader of one of Zappa's favorite doo-wop combos, the Medallions. We had that earlier. That was Donald Woods, vocalist for the Medallions. Vernon Green, vocalist for the Medallions, or he was in there. I don't know if he was vocalist for them. Well, I guess if it's doo-wop, they're all vocalists, so yes, he was. Coined the immortal line, quote, "Let me whisper sweet words of pismotality," in his song The Letter. Misspelled Green with an E by Zappa on the list. "Let me whisper sweet words of pismotality," in his song The Letter. Hunter Hancock, Los Angeles area disc jockey, a favorite of Zappa's, who would tune in to hear his favorite R&B and rock records being played by Hunter Hancock. Now, we're at 170, so this is the countdown up to 179. Willie Mae Thornton, also known as Big Mama, blues vocalist and songwriter, wrote the classic Hound Dog, made famous by Elvis Presley. 171, Lightning Slim, also known as Otis Hicks, blues guitar player and a notable influence on Zappa, though not one he discussed publicly very often. 172, Roger Huntington Sessions, American composer, made extensive use of serial and atonal compositional techniques, which Zappa also incorporated into his own compositional palette. American composer, that's 173. His technique of melodic lines colliding into each other was mined by Zappa for several of his own compositions. One such piece, titled Charles Ive, was played live extensively by the Mother's Invention in 1969. Maybe we'll play that later. 174, Lawrence Ferlinghetti, American Beat Generation poet, the only one of the Beats to be acknowledged by Zappa on the list, although we do know that Zappa was also notably influenced by the great William S. Burroughs. 175, Terry Wimberly, piano player for Zappa's high school R&B group, the Blackouts. In this integrated group, Wimberly was said by Zappa to have, quote, represented all the other oppressed peoples of the earth, unquote. His speaking voice can be heard on the track The Blackouts, released on the 1996 album The Lost Episodes. Johnny Franklin, alto sax player for Zappa's high school R&B group, The Blackouts, later played bass in Zappa's bar band, which performed at the Village Inn in Sun Village, California in early 1965. Name-checked in Frank Zappa's song Village of the Sun from the 1974 album Roxy and Elsewhere. 177, Teddy Bunn, American jazz guitarist, husband of Thelma Bunn, owner of the Village Inn in Sun Village, California, where Zappa played weekend gigs in early 65. Teddy would play jazz guitar for patrons in between Zappa's sets. That's Teddy Bunn. 178, Jeepers, American TV character played by Bob Guy. Jeepers was the host of Jeepers Creepers, a Los Angeles area TV show which aired some of the god-awful B-movie horror films that Zappa loved. Frank Zappa wrote and recorded both sides of a single, Dear Jeepers and Letter from Jeepers, with Bob Guy at Pal. Recorded with Bob Guy at Pal Studio in Cucamonga in 1963. Then the last guy, very important guy in Zappa's life, Paul Buff, who we saw a picture of, a videotape of him. Roxy and I both saw it, and he looked like Rumpelstiltskin. He really did look weird. And he's the guy, Paul Buff, the last guy on the list. Carolyn has a T-shirt she got from Jerry Fialka, which says, I know Paul Buff personally. And typical of Carolyn, she never fucking knew him. She never met the fucker. And so that's another lie brought to us by Dr. Dean, who's in another world right now, so we can talk about her. But it says, I know Paul Buff personally. We didn't know what he looked like, and then we turned out he looks like a little gnome, a Rumpelstiltskin gnome, at least in the last couple of years. So he went on to be a big important guy in Nashville. But he had this very advanced recording studio. So it says here, so then Carolyn is in a picture book, glossy New York book, with her T-shirt, and I called up Paul Buff, got a hold of him, and told him to go look at the book and see his T-shirt in this classy book with Sting's wife and other people of note. And the unknown Dr. Dean, who put her in there? Why? I don't know. 179, Paul Buff, American inventor, engineer, musician, flash lighting designer, and more. Personal friend of Frank Zappa. Gave the fledgling composer his first big break when he employed Frank at his Pal recording studio in Cucamonga. Buff later sold the studio to Frank Zappa, who renamed it Studio Z. Okay, then it says, below the lengthy list of names on the lower right side of the inner gatefold sleeve, so the inner album cover, is the track list for the album. Each song is given a brief explanation, which is by turns humorous. It says, for Hungry Freak's Daddy, that it is dedicated to Carl Franzoni, who Frank Zappa predicts, quote, will move next door to you and your lawn will die, unquote. Now, Carl Franzoni, as soon as Gail Zappa died a couple months ago, Carl Franzoni put together a video, a tribute to Gail, and for the first time we see Carl Franzoni, or at least what he looks like today. And he talks about Gail being the prettiest girl in Hollywood and a great person. And he made a nice video of her with pretty good pictures, obscure pictures. A comment. Okay, Zappa, his songs, he put cynical. For the song Any Way the Wind Blows, in which Zappa addresses his divorce from Kay Sherman, he has You Don't Care, meaning the audience is cynical. Cynical or revealing is the characteristics of the liner notes Zappa makes for Any Way the Wind Blows. This track list is surrounded on either side by a collection of black and white photographs. Some of these were taken during the recording sessions for the album, including a very nice shot of mothers Roy Estrada and Elliot Ingber cutting backing tracks alongside the studio orchestra on the second day of sessions. And some photographs were added by Jack and Nash without Zappa's knowledge or approval, added to the album cover, which is not to suggest that these additions required Zappa's approval. They did not. Frank Zappa did not have the clout to insist on approval of the album cover art at this point. Particularly galling to Zappa was the inclusion of a shot of members of a group called the Enemies, who were signed to MGM at the time. He was also not pleased with a shot of songwriter P.F. Sloan, misspelled Sloan in the credit with an E, who was said to be testing the timpani at Freakout at the studio. On the plus side, one photograph featured members of the Freak contingent, referred to as charter members of the United Mutations of Los Angeles, including Emperor Vito and Crown Prince Carl Franzoni, who I just cited, making that homage to Gail. Included among these photos on the first pressing of the album was an advertisement for a Freakout Hotspots map, which could be obtained by sending $1 to MGM Records. The map, which was designed by Zappa, featured all of the freakiest places on the LA scene at the time, including clubs such as the Whiskey A Go-Go and the Trip, alongside eateries such as Ben Frank's. Unfortunately, not only was the map not completed by the time the album was released, but it would not be completed by Zappa until early '67. Later pressings would remove this ad altogether from the packaging. So the first pressing of the album on it was an advertisement for Freakout Hotspot. Now, I have a copy of that. So that's the end of that. Now, my job now is to find an interesting Zappa article that will illustrate our experience. So what will it just be serendipitous? I'll just open to a random place and find something by Frank.
Yes.
Let's see. This is a quote I make all the time. In the August 8, 1969 Los Angeles Free Press, that's J.W.'s birthday, Frank was interviewed. And the quote they have from it, he goes like this. He says, it's all capital letters, it's all serious intent. I seriously intended to make that album sound exactly the way it sounds. And some people can't understand that you can seriously want to do something that's not serious. What we do and have from the very beginning is concept art. You know, like the real artistic merit of what we do does not necessarily exist on the disc itself. Now, there's a clue to what conceptual continuity is, not the contents, not on the disc.
That's also your Opus Magnus. It's like you're doing something very serious, but with fun.
Ian is totally that way. He did it again today. We got to get you guys out of here before you get killed, but be easy about it. We don't care if you die. It doesn't matter if you get killed.
We'll come back.
Now, we're not clear on the coming back. And it's still this whole thing of reincarnation and how people have many lives or not and still be the same person that has not been adequately addressed by my opinion. Then he says, talking about who Roxy's supposed to get in touch with, Pauline Olivero, he says some of the ideas are below the level of human consciousness and some of them are above the level of human consciousness. And in the middle is this peculiar byproduct, which is the manifestation of what those ideas are. So that's a good quote that they picked.
Very good.
Right. So let's see what's next. All right. Here's a good article. Circus Magazine, in July 1969, we saw in June 69, Circus Magazine had many quotes by Zappa, including his list of favorites. If you remember, he free associates. Guitar, humping. Girl, humping. Woman, humping. Car, humping. America, no comment. L.A., police. New York, police. Teenager, Coca-Cola. Beatles, entertainers. Today, dull. Tomorrow, same thing, only better. Gestalt, something big. Influences, Edgar Varese, Stravinsky, Cage, Waters, Howlin' Wolf, The Nutmeg Explorer, Wayne Smith, science fiction writer, and Theodore Sturgeon. So that was in the June issue of Circus Magazine. And the next month, probably recorded at the same time they interviewed Zappa, it says Rock and Revolution, a symposium with John Kay. Who was he? Steppenwolf. Was he Steppenwolf? John Kay, Frank Zappa, Phil Oakes, and Country Joe. And this is an important symposium. It's one of the few of Zappa talking to other people of his generation in a debate, semi-debate. Now, it's a long thing, but maybe it would be interesting just to register what each person says. What do you think? It's good, eh? Everybody's with me on this?
Of course.
So this is 1969. You've had, global turmoil in 68 and 69. Yeah, and so people, the fans of the Beatles are now listening to John Lennon and advocating revolution. So this is called Rock and Revolution. What do you predict Frank would say in this theme about rock and revolution? Can you make some general predictions of what his opinion is going to be?
Well, he was not against. He was not for revolution, not like.
Right. Those dumb kids, they wanted to take his 8,000-member audience and go around the corner and burn down the NATO building. He thought that was a sign of bad mental health. What'd you say about Castro? He did not support.
Not that type of revolution. He was into you changing your own environment.
Yeah.
And perfecting yourself like the alchemist, but not like that type of revolution.
Not an ideologue. Don't get trapped into ideological programs. Okay, so let's see what he says. The article says, as the traditional structures of... Now remember, the global theater is causing this, not humans. The mixture of TV, radio, computers, and satellites and other stuff is causing the collapse of all the walls. But this is just a typical teenage magazine journalist trying to sound intelligent. So he says, as the traditional structures of family, religion, and politics diminish in power and influence, it is becoming clear that music, specifically rock music, is emerging as the most inclusive and binding force among the majority of young people in America today. Rock music has the power to bring together what God, Mum, or apple pie can't. Secondarily as an entertainer, and primarily as a spokesman, and often the embodiment of a collective, and for now an underground system of values. The blacks, the poor, and the young have this in common. They look upon America as a country that is no longer theirs. They are ready for revolution, and the music reflects this. The Chicago Convention of 1968 seems to have been the ultimate traumatizing experience, which in one fell swoop brought all the loose ends together into a horrifying, clear vision of exactly how far gone things really were. Well, Bob was saying in 67, everything had disappeared. They didn't go that far. these people still think there's something to notice. In talking with the musicians, for this interview, one of the most frequently used phrases were, quote, "Well, at this point, I just don't know anymore," unquote. That was repeated over and over like a litany of bewilderment. You definitely know Zappa wouldn't be saying that. There exists a wide spectrum of opinion within the scope of their dissatisfaction, ranging from John Kay's advocation of strategic violence to Joe McDonald's insistence on peaceful coexistence. A common vein of anger and frustration runs through all the replies, the exception being Frank Zappa, who always seems to be equal to a situation, be it national, global, or cosmic. Zappa said, see, he's different.
Global or cosmic, wow.
Yeah. The quote to him, "Sure, it's bad, but that sure ain't going to stop me. Why should it?" Now, that's a major ionic statement. You ever heard one? Really? He said it's not going to fall on him. Sure, it's bad, but that sure ain't going to stop me. Why should it? Wow, isn't that an amazing statement?
Yes, and
yes.
He's beyond the global village when everybody was talking about that.
Yeah.
He was already considering the cosmic and
the journalist says that Zappa
dimensional
is equal to a situation. The journalist says, always seems to be equal to a situation, be it national, global, or cosmic. Frank was bigger than Jupiter, like I said on CKLN in 1987. So the journalist says, well, we're gathered here on what's practically the eve of the Chicago Convention. But that's a year later. It's now almost a year later. As the dust, this means this is in August 1969. As the dust clears, we find ourselves with Richard Nixon as president and the Chicago conspirators, that's the Chicago 8, facing jail terms and fines. Somehow it doesn't seem as if things are getting better or that there is much chance that they will. As musicians whose work and very existence is often seen as being subversive in quotes, and as individuals concerned with making a place for yourselves within America, 1969, how do you feel about what's going down? Now, Phil Oakes, famous folk musician, who was in some ways equal to Dylan but didn't have the same breaks and was vulnerable, he got very depressed in the early 70s and he killed himself in 1976. He's written about in Dylan's first girlfriend's book, A Freewheeling Time by Susie Rotolo. Recommend the book. She talks about knowing Phil Oakes. And when she saw him in the 70s, he just got more and more depressed and suicidal looking. So Phil Oakes is the first to answer. How do you feel about what's going down? He says, I don't know. I just see nothing but terrible things coming up. See, there he is, predicting his future. I see the Vietnamese War coming right home and the same story being replayed here. I see an awful lot of people being killed here. An awful lot. I tend to think the country's going to be destroyed. I don't see how it could be saved. If it is saved, it's only going to be after some fantastic amount of violence. And out of the ruins will come a smaller, saved, in quotes, saved version of America. Hey, listen, I'm just going to mute you guys. Make sure no sound comes through. So much noise. All right. So look at this. The questioner responds to Phil Oakes by saying, you mean like McLuhan's vision of America as a network of independent principalities? Which is a very good point that McLuhan made in the Playboy interview a couple of months before. So this kid would have maybe just read the McLuhan interview and noticed that. I've never seen anybody really highlight that prediction other than me. You mean like McLuhan's vision of America as a network of independent principalities? Folks, quite a possibility, but I think the wounds run pretty deep. I have a kind of biblical feeling of moral reckoning. Like by the laws of God and nature, it's just got to come right back to us. The proverbial day of reckoning. But at bottom, I really don't know. I mean, I used to. In my earlier arrogance, I always thought I had a clear, light vision of where everything was at politically and so on. But now there's so much pure madness that it's very difficult to figure anything out. Now, that was back. That's a simple time compared to today, but they thought everybody was mad back then. And it was pastoral compared to today in many ways. So he says, but now there's so much pure madness that it's very difficult to figure anything out. So he's trying to judge the content. He hasn't learned his McLuhan talents for looking at the laws of form and not get lost in the confusing content. So then Country Joe McDonald, he says, I find it very difficult to find out where politics is at just at this time, so it's difficult to align myself one way or another. I'm doing my thing, and some of it is political. It always has been. Some of it is ambiguous enough to be related to the revolution, and probably will be, but it's not as overtly political as it used to be, meaning his own approach. St. Nicholas says, the beer is here. Question, what did Chicago do to your head? I understand you were there during the convention last summer. Joe McDonald says, we were really enthusiastic and really very naive right from the beginning. We were talking about it for 7 months before it happened, and at that time we were hoping for a kind of mammoth love-in music festival. But in between, I got turned off McCarthy and found out he was really nothing, not even a hype, just nothing. A week before the convention, we publicly withdrew our support from the Yippies and split. Then Zappa comes in. Zappa says, there was a fire in the place we were playing at in Chicago. That was about a week before the convention. We were getting stopped by the cops. We had to buy them off right and left. So Zappa is noting how the police were really after long hairs the week before the convention. He had to pay bribery. That's literally how you take it. So then Phil Oakes says, after Chicago, this Great Depression came over me. See, and he never got over it. The new album, called Rehearsals for Retirement, touches on this quite a bit. That is, the idea behind it is the death of the old concept of America. The songs generally relate to that. The final death agony of the liberal electoral myth of politics. The album runs a kind of cycle. Like things are getting worse and worse, we get engulfed in paranoia, we turn to drugs or mysticism or meditation, and in that state the cops come in like a huge shockwave. Then Chicago, to try and salvage things, and democracy dies before our eyes, almost like a Broadway play. And then there are some rather mythic things like the song about the submarine Scorpion. It sank without a trace, and I got the idea that the captain and crew decided to stay down there because they got so disillusioned with life in America. Before Chicago, I was a long-time radical singer. I was supporting McCarthy, much to the criticism of the other radicals. I was at the conservative part of the radical movement at that point, and still trying to help create the yippie and the pig and everything else, plus supporting mobilization in terms of sober left-wing politics. It all came to a head in Chicago, and it all collapsed for me at that point. And he cites lyrics, Phil Oakes. This is called William Butler Yeats Visits Lincoln Park and Escapes Unscathed. Lincoln Park is where a lot of the riots took place in Chicago at the convention. So his lyrics say, the towers cracked and trembled, and the boats were tossed about when the fog rolled in and the gas rolled out. Ian talks about the towers and things trembling. The temple trembles. Oh, then there's a quote from the Rolling Stones, Street Fighting Man. Everywhere I hear the sound of marching, charging feet. Everywhere I hear the sound of marching, charging feet. Boy, because summer's here and the time is right for rising in the streets. Boy, B-O-Y. So the guy says, what about violence? Do you see it serving a purpose? It certainly is part and parcel of the American way of doing things. McDonald says, I think violence is a self-destructive trip. If some guy thinks he can wipe me out and vice versa, we're existing in an atmosphere of paranoia. And in that atmosphere, we can never liberate our minds. And if we can't do that, our potential as a race is pretty much wasted. So then Zappa comes in and says, the chance for, pretty good length, the chance for a violent revolution in America is always there. There's always that many stupid people. I think it would be a ridiculous waste of time, a typical loser's revolution. Makes me vomit to hear the word. People don't know what a revolution is. Everything that they ever read, everything they ever thought about a revolution is completely irrelevant to this day and age, especially in the United States. There are more subtle ways to the altering of things. It's not a question of picking everything up and dumping it and starting over again. I simply don't believe that. There are a lot of good things about the way society is set up today. The main problem is education. the education of the people who elect those representatives. An uneducated mass cannot function in a democracy. You just can't make a rational decision about a governmental representative if you're voting for a smiler's clothes. If you're voting for a smiler's clothes. It's a question of being provided with inferior software. Their computing mechanism is just not supplied with the proper software to allow them to make the right kind of decisions. That reminds me of the imagery of the robots in his play, Captain Beefheart and the Grunt People. This is maybe what he's imagining. People, it's a question of being provided with inferior software. Their computing mechanism is just not supplied with the proper software to allow them to make the right kind of decisions. They compute a problem and come out with, well, you feed in 2 + 2 equals, and they come out with something like 75. I feel a particular promise, believe it or not, in short-haired kids from suburban middle-class families, the ones who never wanted to be hippies. Those are the ones who are going to change it. Right now, they're around 15 years old. The long-haired guys are too stoned to make rational decisions. They come up with answers to social and political problems that are just completely beyond their comprehension. I wouldn't want to have any part of a revolution engineered and executed by today's crop of young rebels, because they wouldn't have the faintest idea what to do after they took over. So that's kind of what Roxy predicted. Then it says, John K., there are many people who get stoned out of their minds and do a lot of talking. Maybe some of them are really doing something, even though they are misguided in some cases. Zappa has really, so he addresses Frank, Zappa has really taken too much of an opposite viewpoint, though, possibly because he doesn't get stoned. What he says is an oversimplification, mainly because drugs and long hair don't always go hand in hand. The suburban short hairs that he talks about are into as big a drug scene as anyone else. I do agree that there's a fringe layer that gets stoned out of their minds and does a lot of talking. Maybe some of them are really active, but it's a gross exaggeration to say that if you turn on, you become negated as a social or political force. I don't think that drugs do anything in general to everyone. Each person reacts in his own way. Some drop out and become totally unproductive. Others go through a cycle of getting disillusioned, dropping out, getting bored with doing nothing, and finally coming back into the system. Let me read that again. Some drop out and become totally unproductive. Others go through a cycle of getting disillusioned, dropping out, getting bored with doing nothing, and finally coming back into the system. Their heads are just as wide as when they were taking acid, but they want to be active again. I think Frank is wrong in that respect. What's probably closer to the truth is a conglomeration of people, short-haired, long-haired, stoned, and so on. Actually, the ones who will really change the laws will be the law students in college now, and the people who will be voting in 5 or 6 years. So then, question. The journalist says, then, do you think that the existing political systems are pretty much irrelevant right now? Country Joe McDonald. Yeah, irrelevant, but still necessary. But it's not the system that matters. It's the attitude of the people involved in the system. If they're out to get the best ideal for the rest of the people within that system, then that makes all the difference. But you can't just abolish systems. People need those structures. It's just the motives of the people running them that get corrupted. What has to happen is a global community. Actually, we are a global community. It's just a matter of realizing it. We're all depending on one another anyway. Zappa says, the biggest joke I ever heard was America described as a melting pot because none of it ever melted. Question, how about the normal channels of change, elections, referendums, courts, the whole democratic process? John Kay says, there's really no way to bring about substantial change through the regular channels, but demonstrations aren't going to do it either. What I'm saying is that frustrated emotional outbursts generally accomplish nothing except getting a lot of people busted. And what we're interested in is a positive end result. St. Nicholas goes, yes, the tailbone end, woo-wee. I guess he's just some guy who's eating the food that was delivered. So then there's a quote from The Mothers of Invention, the song called The Mother People. It says, do you think that my pants are too tight? Do you think that I'm creepy? Better look around before you say you don't care. Shut your fucking mouth about the length of my hair. How would you survive if you were alive? Something little person. How would you survive if you were alive? Sexy little person. Maybe it's that. Okay, the journalist says, how do you see your music in relation to kids in America? John K. Depends. They all have varied opinions. Some of them say that they're just Some of them say that you're just saying something they felt anyway, which in itself is good because everybody needs a support or a crutch. Everybody needs a support or a crutch. You know, quote, aha, there's another one like me, unquote. There are others who differ with you, and some who wish you to express yourself in a more shocking manner. It all varies, but very few of them have no reaction. The music is thought-provoking. I'm more concerned with the young kids who have no exposure to very much of anything, rather than the kids who are going to be at the Fillmore this weekend. They can go almost any weekend. They know all the groups. The kids in Iowa or Montana get very little of the rock scene, and so they're ready to grab at anything and dig the hell out of it. So there's more. Zappa says, it's a different thing with young kids. They should be aware because they're going to have to take over the duties of the old people. They're prepared to learn, and they can accept all those changes. The old people are simply hardened in their ways. But most of the boys and girls of America are the same as the mothers and fathers of America. They're just little carbon copy duplicates. They think the same thoughts, and they act the same way. They'll eventually belong to the same political party. They're going to take up right where Mummy and Daddy left off. In order for the ones who have been able to save themselves from that fate, in order for them to continue and do good work, they have to be shown that somebody appreciates the fact that they escaped. We appeal to those people. We let them know that anybody can create their own spaces within the world. John Kay says, precisely. Wait a minute. Did you realize that was Zappa? I tuned out. He says they think the same thoughts and they act the same way. They'll eventually belong to the same political party. They're going to take up right where Mummy and Daddy left off. In order for the ones who have been able to save themselves from that fate, in order for them to continue and do good work, they have to be shown that somebody appreciates the fact that they escaped. We appeal to those people. We let them know that anybody can create their own spaces within the world. So, that's Frank, and John Kay goes, precisely. That's why they look for the underground press and rock as a medium. Then we go there and perform, and the kids come backstage and ask us questions, trying to find out if we're really sincere in what we're doing and if we have any suggestions as to their particular dilemma. They want to identify with one another as some sort of organization where they know they are part of a movement. It's the old thing. There's safety in numbers and power in numbers. I think in some cases, although I can understand the frustration, it's too early to go out and change things violently. I feel it would be a lot better to use that energy to get more people on your side, rather than some of the activities that are now directed at overthrowing certain things that you're disenchanted with. Question: what about kids? Do they seem any different from the people who you grew up with? Country Joe McDonald says, well, there seem to be more and more of them. They always were there, but not so noticeably. They're expanding their perceptions and consciousness to the point where the concepts of reality and the structures that go with it are constantly being torn down and enlarged. John Kay comes in and says, the kids that are 12 to 16 that are living in the Midwest and the South are in that adolescent stage of development where they would like to survive and be individualists. A lot of them shuck school, parents, church, and whatever other influences they've had. However, a lot of them don't. It's extremely important to recruit them right now so they don't wind up sitting on the fence and are on our side. Quotes Revolution 1 by the Beatles. You say you want a revolution. Well, you know we all want to change the world. You tell me that it's evolution. Well, you know we all want to change the world. But when you talk about destruction, don't you know that you can count me out or in? Someone put in out-in. So the journalist asked John Kay, so what are you going to do? John Kay says, I'm as confused as the next guy as to where it's going to go and what we're going to do and what it's going to solve once we do get there. But one thing that I'm definitely for is change. I'd rather take the risk, says Zappa, of finding out that it may not work out than to just sit back and accept what is here and now, because I'm definitely not pleased with it. I'm radical to a degree, and I do believe that the time for nonviolence may be over. But on the other hand, I think it's somewhat silly to take a few thousand isolated people and push them into a violent action that is supposed to produce change. If you don't really have the support of a large number of people, I don't think you can accomplish very much. Zappa says, I like the idea of allowing things to happen, and that idea is in quotes. So he's coming after John Kay for putting him down. They had to give equal billing photographs to people. Check my... No, nothing there. Okay.
Yes, Commander.
Yes, the kids in Iowa or Montana get very little of the rock scene, and so they're ready to grab at anything and dig the hell out of it. That is what the know-nothing John Kay says. He's always saying, well, I don't know nothing. Zappa says, it's a different thing with young kids. They should be aware because they're going to have to take over the duties of the old people. They're prepared to learn, and they can accept all those changes. The old people are simply hardened in their ways, but most of the boys and girls of America are the same as the mothers and fathers of America. They're just little carbon copy duplicates. They think the same thoughts, and they act the same way. They'll eventually belong to the same political party. They're going to take up right where Mommy and Daddy left it. They're going to take up right where Mommy and Daddy left off. In order for the ones who have been able to save themselves from that fate, in order for them to continue and do good work, they have to be shown that somebody cares. The fact that they escaped. We appeal to those people. We let them know that anybody can create their own spaces within the world. So John Kay is telling Frank to carry the load. I've heard John Kay a couple times, but I don't know what he was doing there. He's a professor, I think, nearby university. So he is not articulating what he objects to Frank. Now, we still have the rest of the article. Let's see what it says. So, Zappa says, we appeal to those people. We let them know that anybody can create their own spaces within the world. Kay says, precisely. That's why they look for the underground press and rock as a medium. Then we go there and perform, and the kids come backstage and ask us questions, trying to find out if we're really sincere in what we're doing, and if we have any suggestions as to their particular dilemma. They want to identify with one another, have some sort of organization where they know they are part of a movement. Okay, so are you still there? Everybody here? Hey! Oh, did I mute you? Okay. Are you still here? Maybe it's for... Who's here? Okay. Are you anybody?
Yes.
Who's that? Okay, that's Bert.
Bert.
And Roxy, did Roxy drop off again? Not here.
She should be on your line. I heard her.
I know, and then she's not there now, so I got to phone her back. That's that. All right, so mingle among yourself, Bert. Oh, where's Alyssa? Which one's Alyssa? Where is she? There she is. Is that you, Alyssa? Listen, you just rustled the paper? Somebody there. That's the stranger. It won't speak. Maybe Alyssa went to sleep. Yeah. Okay. I will. So you'll have to talk to yourself, Bert. Maybe do a little monologue. Let's see if you can handle monologue, Bert. Discuss your issues with the audience while I go get Roxy. Bert, did you hear me? Oh, shit. I unplugged you. Bert, how could you talk to yourself if I don't unmute you? So you can go ahead, Bert. Address the world. Did I screw up, Bert? I didn't get the right one? So where are you, Bert? Are you here?
Yes.
All right,
Hear me
that's
now?
you. Yes. Okay.
Yes.
You're there. Now I'm saying, do a monologue for a minute while I go get Roxy. Tell the people what you really think. Be honest for once, Bert.
All right.
All right. And I won't be hearing you, Bert.
90% of all crimes that are taking place corporately are due to magnesium deficiency. There was an article that we discussed 2 weeks ago regarding was Tom Hayes running the biggest financial conspiracy in history, and on the first page of this yo-yo Android meme discussion, they state that Tom Hayes had Asperger's syndrome. And if you look at what Asperger's syndrome is, it's some form of autism. It's an autism spectrum disorder on a severity scale. But apparently this guy could work. So it's a form of magnesium deficiency, because if you look in what's going on in the magnesium world, some forms of autism can be treated with magnesium. And if this guy could work, and he did this massive scheme, by the way, the article that article that Bob mentioned about was he running the biggest financial conspiracy was just an Android meme putting a face to the whole scam. If you read the whole article, it gives you a whole, like a yo-yo journalistic view of what took place, of what he did. But if you read the clues, they just put a face to the conspiracy that the bank he was working for and all the banks who were collaborating, they just put some names and faces and sent them away to jail. So I say again, 90 to 95% of all corporate white-collar crimes are due to magnesium deficiency. Also, Dr. Dean in this blog also... you heard it. Good.
I agree.
Roxana, no, it is. I mean, I read that article, and it gives you like a yo-yo, Android meme yo-yo journalism. Because looking at Bob's chart, you see all the different quadrants, and when I read this article, it gave you so many different views that at the end you really didn't know. You only believed that this Michael Hayes committed this crime, but if you read between the lines, it was a collaboration of so many different levers, the brokers against the traders, it was a whole big scheme. But he did do it, but he was not alone, and the banks had to allow him to do that because of his position. It wasn't like he was like Jesse James or Bonnie and Clyde, where he was just all of a sudden wanted to take over. I mean, the banks were paying this guy money, but in the end, he had Asperger's disease, which is sort of like a personality, kind of like they characterized him like he was like the Rain Man. But if you look at Asperger's, it's a form of autism, but apparently it's a form of autism that people can walk around and function within the workplace. But also, Carolyn posted on her blog, I'll keep bringing it up, but there was a PBS special, Supplements and Safety. And I listened to this video, or I listened it once and watched it, and it's sort of like the visual version of this article I read with Tom Hayes, is that they give you so many different views, but they have so many, they have like authoritative figures, doctors, and the stuff that the doctors were talking about was just unbelievable, talking about supplements and how if one thing that was interesting is they made at the end, they made a statement that 15 attorney generals were going to make action to bring more reform, and they actually brought reform where they shut down like 100 different supplement agencies due to lack of regulation. And then they made, it was really just a really a quick Andrew meme yo-yo journalism. They covered so many things, but it's just bullshit. Unbelievable how they're talking about supplements now. Unbelievable. But, of course, the supplement companies are run by, the Carlyle Group, so it's playing, the middle playing against both sides, because you have the pharmacy and then you have the supplement companies, which are becoming they're just the natural synthetic version of vitamins of what they used to be. And I remember Bob talking earlier about the medicine. We were talking earlier, the subject was about medicine, the medicinal part of flowers or food or something. So that's, if anyone you want to give an example of the Android meme yo-yo journalism, that supplements and safety that Carolyn posted on the blog is really something to listen. It's unbelievable what they're trying to poison. Well, they've already poisoned, but you're just propagating against supplements and minerals. That's my monologue. Bob.
Yes.
That was awesome. That was very good, Bert. And did you read the Tom Hayes, whatever his name is, article that I mentioned? You went into in depth. Read the whole thing?
Yeah, I read the whole thing. It was unbelievable. He did it, but it's the Android meme. Just they had to put a face to the crimes that the banks committed.
Pretend they were still human.
Yeah, human. Yeah, human. Yeah. But in the end, he has magnesium deficiency. He has that Asperger.
Right.
Autism.
Yeah, that's good you read it all, because it
can function, but
it's quite interesting the dilemma the guy got put in. He was the king of the hill for a few minutes, and then they needed a scapegoat, and he was maybe an isolated guy, perfect for. Nobody cared about being friends of his or anything. Right, and they scooped him up. It's almost like he was set up. But that whole LIBOR is really sophisticated. It's a really sophisticated transaction. Yeah, like what did you? You're in the business. What could you tell me about that I might not get? Since you deal with some aspect of that financial trading, what did you learn about the LIBOR or about how it was this fulcrum position? Well, it was because it was one of those transactions that's done between the banks, and it was really a big transaction in the mortgage-backed securities industry. A lot of different tranches that they set in the bonds they used as the LIBOR rate, and the LIBOR rate was actually a behind-the-scenes transaction that all the banks agreed, which if you read that, how he connected all these different brokers and all these different banks to actually play. The one thing that I found interesting, but I wouldn't want to spend a lot of energy investigating, is how the connection of the fall of the market, which really is the dollar is what drives the market, but he was playing in the Asian market with a different currency. I didn't understand that, so that was kind of puzzling, because the LIBOR, apparently what I learned is the LIBOR is used on all different currencies, and for my exposure, but I guess it's possible, but I've only dealt with the LIBOR against the dollar, but that whole article, they was talking about he was manipulating the Asian market with the Asian currency. So or maybe he was manipulating the Asian market using the dollar. I don't know, but it's really just, a lot of that Wall Street stuff is just like sophisticated Las Vegas trickery when you go into those type of things like LIBOR. You have to be working in there. You have to be doing it. Yes. You have to know the daily involvement that you're working with, and then find patterns. Now, he discovered this pattern that the top decision makers were letting it ride.
And the middle guys had the potential to decide what the Libra rate would be daily. And nobody was watching these middle guys. They saw an opening.
Yeah. It also shows, I thought of McLuhan when I was reading that, because that's the perils of specialism, because a lot of that whole banking thing is full of specialists. I mean, there's very few guys that actually have the full view. It's only a specialist. He only does this, but he has no idea what his work or what he does connects to the whole big picture. And as a janitor, I'm able to put a little more lines together how things work, but it's because I don't care, really. So it's easy to do.
Did you say
but it's really
you're able to put more lies together or lines? Lines
together. I'm putting lines or patterns. I'm actually able to see more patterns than the specialists in the industry, because I worked where I used to work in the mortgage-backed securities industry, and here I've into hedge funds and all those kind of things. So but it's really specialist. That's what I picked up in that article, that it's the peril of the specialist. Also, Bob, there's another thing in there that I learned. Is it apparently that Wall Street took over, I remember in 2000 or 2001, they had this Sarbanes-Oxley rule, some type of, due to Enron. When Enron fell out, they came up with this law called the Sarbanes-Oxley Act, and that's where any officer of a bank had to sign some type of waiver that they could personally be prosecuted if anything in the documents that they signed, there was anything like that went cross to what was in those documents. And I used to I was an officer at one time, and I had to sign it. So when we did documents, I had to sign it. And it kind of links you to anything, like if you're doing, your name is on a fund, and Sarbanes-Oxley, you could be prosecuted. And that's what I took from Tom Hayes, because he was like, he became a head of this area, so he was like personally responsible. That's why they were able to put him in the guillotine.
Right.
Even though it's an international bank, but it seems like that Wall Street kind of like transparently used the same rule, that they make these guys officers and heads of these departments, so that if anything goes down, they can pull a name out of the hat and throw him over the coals as a
You mean they have people in specialist roles, and they're ready to be a Lee Harvey Oswald if the higher-ups require it. In other words, you got a regular job like that. You're being set up. You potentially could be set up.
And that's how they fished him out. I mean, they really fished him out, because, I mean, a lot of that, all those transactions, all they had to, because it took them a year, I think a year or 18 months, I don't remember the time frame, but because of how sophisticated that LIBOR is, you have to do all those connections of all those bank transactions and the timestamps and everything. So they probably, tested some new type of back investigative software to see how all that connected, and his name popped up. Maybe. Yeah. I'm just speculating.
But you had the feeling through that article of being present at something you had no awareness of. It was an eye-opener of some part of the virtual economy.
Yes. I mean, they gave a few, there was a couple paragraphs in there where it was some people saying there's no way that he did this alone. There was a couple, it was like point, counterpoint, all throughout the article I picked up. But basically he did. I mean, one time they made a mention that he made $700 million in a week or a month or whatever, but, that's a sign. I'm like, okay, so they're making the insinuation that he earned that, but actually he earned that for the company. Yeah. He didn't take home $700 million. I mean, maybe he got a nice bonus out of his work, but he didn't take $700 million home.
No.
So it's just it's all connected to Carolyn's work and magnesium deficiency. Most people who aren't on the complete informers, they would be doing a white-collar crime like Tom Hayes.
Right. They'd be happy enough not to require the excitement of it, or the guilt of it, or the stimulus of it. They recognize, well, if I go there, negative pH is going to get me.
Yeah.
Okay, very good.
And also,
good
I watched it. Yeah, good. Okay, good.
You watched what?
Carolyn, in her blog this week released these supplements in safety about PBS, and that's, oh man.
You watched that?
Really a big, yeah, it's a joke. I watched it. I listened to it once through and then watched it, and it's really an android meme, yo-yo, guys and eyes telling lies.
It's based on people, maybe younger people who don't remember anything before 2010 or something. You know, they have no history. They don't know. It's all new to them. A new problem.
Yeah. Yes. I mean, I wanted to snap.
And they can start to run the old shit, all the old arguments again, because nobody's around to refute them as they were 15, 20 years ago. Carol's like one of the last people who's super informed. I mean, there's a lot of, quote, responsibility in Carol's hands. She's the only one who's comprehensive enough to fucking explain all this stuff and not get trapped in one of the reactive subcultures, but knows and remembers what did happen and knows how ridiculous they are.
Yes, yes. That's what's amazing about just hearing that. It's like, you know, I've been taking vitamins and supplements for 40 years, and to hear this at this point, it's like we are definitely in the Matrix, and I am in Zion looking at the other world, because I could not believe some of that shit that they were saying. I could not believe.
Yeah, they were saying, well, we all know the main supplement users are people like Bert. Bert, this white guy who pretends he's black, and he hangs out with Dobbs, who is a black guy, but pretends he's white. That's how fucked up what they were saying, right? They were describing you backwards.
Yeah, yes, backwards. It's
yeah.
I mean,
Bert, he died. He suffered from a vitamin E overdose. We all know that.
Yeah.
With 60-minute investigation.
Vitamin D and vitamin. Yeah. Oh, man.
Roxy killed him. Roxy, another fucking supplement asshole, fucking went nuts on her magnesium and killed 5 ionettes. This is how absurd.
You killed the evergreens and everybody.
And Bob, forget that guy. He's been killing people for thousands of years. They still haven't caught him.
Ion said you kill everybody you talk to, so I'm getting worried.
Killed off the Knights Templars. But that's what it's like.
You don't kill us.
Yeah. But yeah, then another guy said, well, I was killed by Bob, and he's such a lousy killer, I survived it. I'm trying to say the most absurd things. That's how absurd they were, right, Bert? It was like hearing people say that kind of stuff.
Totally absurd. Totally absurd. Totally. It's
yeah, I have to stay sane in missing this and keep Carol in fucking balance, because, you know, Carol can get, it's just getting too fucking ridiculous from Carol's point of view. There's not a sane person around anywhere.
No, not at all. Yeah.
Yes, that was my job is just to be sane amidst the chaos of you specialists. You specialists crash and burn all over the place. My job is just to maintain diplomatic immunity. All right.
No,
okay,
that's really cool.
That's right. Now, what did I fade out? I was reading Zappa, and we know. The John K. Yeah, he's saying, I feel a lot better to use that energy to get more people on your side rather than some of the activities that are now directed at overthrowing certain things that you're disenchanted with. So then the journalist says, what about kids? Do they seem any different from the people you grew up with? I don't remember saying that, so here's where we are. Country Joe McDonald. Well, there seem to be more and more of them. They always were there, but not so noticeably. They're expanding their perceptions and consciousness to the point where the concepts of reality and the structures that go with it are constantly being torn down and enlarged. John Kay says, the kids that are 12 to 16 that are living in the Midwest and the South are in that adolescent stage of development where they would like to survive and be individualists. A lot of them shuck, I think I read this, but anyways, a lot of them shuck school, parents, church, and whatever other influences they've had. However, a lot of them don't. It's extremely important to recruit them right now so they don't wind up sitting on the fence and are on our side. Then I was going to quote the Beatles, The Revolution. I didn't quote that, did I? I think that's right where I got it. You say you want a revolution. Well, you know, we all want to change the world. You tell me that it's evolution. Well, you know, we all want to change the world. But when you talk about destruction, don't you know that you can count me out? Then it says dash in. Don't you know you can count me out?
All right.
You grew up with that. That's one of your anthems.
Yeah.
Revolution 1.
No, my parents like the Beatles.
Ah, the Beatles. They like the Beatles?
Yeah. Yeah.
They grew up with the parents of Beatles. Holy shit.
Say you want a revolution.
She grew up with it pounding in her brain. No wonder Roxy was yelling at 7 years old. Why? How? What? When?
Parents have such a bad musical taste. Why?
My parents are lousy music consumers. Why? Please release me from this.
Yeah, but I always like that.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Yeah, that was a good one.
All right.
All right. Okay. So I don't know who's putting these Beatles quotes in here. It's just they're suddenly there, but I don't think they're put in volunteered by the interviewees, but maybe by the journalist. So the journalist says, this journalist says, so what are you going to do? I remember saying that. I read all that, didn't I? I'm sorry, it's only a little bit left, so I guess I'll be repeating. So what are you going to do? John Kay, I'm as confused as the next guy as to where it's going to go and what we're going to do and what it's going to solve once we do get there. But one thing that I'm definitely for is change. I'd rather take the risk of finding out that it may not work out than to just sit back and accept what is here and now, because I'm definitely not pleased with it. I'm radical to a degree, but I do believe that the time for nonviolence may be over. But on the other hand, I think it's somewhat silly to take a few isolated people and push them into a violent action that is supposed to produce change. If you don't really have the support of a large number of people, I don't think you can accomplish very much. And Zappa says, I like the idea of allowing things to happen. Allowing things to happen in quotes. What better statement against fascism? I believe that all different styles of life can exist peacefully side by side if people allow other people to be what they are. Now, McLuhan would come in and say, social identity is based on violence. So for people to be what they are, they have to make an identity, and they have to be violent to make an identity in some way. So you couldn't be what Zappa's talking about. You can't have people existing side by side peacefully because they require identity making, which is violent. So the only solution is to realize there are no humans, no identity is possible, and start from there. A little help from Ion, maybe. But so Country Joe McDonald says, well, what it really comes down to is making myself happy. As for social behavior, if you're hurting anyone else, it's probably wrong. And that's why the social problems can be solved in the context of the mentality of the world today. The leaders systematically exclude gigantic portions of the human population as being radically different from them, which is entirely a false concept. We have a tendency to involve ourselves with our own kind, or what we think is our own kind. Like hippies mixing only with hippies, blacks only with blacks, students only with students. And this creates incredible myths and misunderstandings. So he's saying everybody is the same. The leaders systematically exclude gigantic portions of the human population as being very radically different from them. Then Phil Oakes is going to kill himself. He's the most depressed. He goes, I really don't know. I wrote a new song, which I sang at the rally after the Carnegie concert, called, quote, All Quiet on the Western Front. And one line runs, quote, I think I'll join the National Liberation Front. And that's sort of my feeling now. I suspect that after Yippee, it might be healthy for some form of new political group to come onto the scene. Now, he was in the village with the formation of the hippies. I guess he got very disillusioned with them. That's Paul Krasner, Dave Dellinger, the guy who ended up working for the little Maharishi kid, Abby Hoffman, and Jerry Rubin. So he knew all these guys, but he's pissed off at them. He says, we need a group which is more sober rather than more crazy. In other words, a real national liberation front whose purpose is to liberate America. Totally broad-based, which could take into its ranks the Kennedy people and the McCarthy people and the dissatisfied street people. But they'd have to really be together to get it together. And not only in America. I think a whole series of national liberation fronts throughout the Western countries would be a healthy development. A very heavy militant coalition of interest, able to include all sorts of people. All right, so then MacDonald ends, Country Joe MacDonald, I recommend compassionate action. To be compassionate today is the most revolutionary thing you can do. To act in a compassionate manner is the most revolutionary thing you can do. Repeated. It eliminates almost all acts of violence and forces upon you a responsibility for the rest of the world. So, is there anything we can learn from this, Palmer? They're yo-yo journalism, up and down, left and right. Too much violence, not enough violence. Too many stupid people, not enough stupid people. We need to get the young kids. No, the young kids are idiots. Well, Zappa, sure he sounded the sanest in retrospect. I like the idea of allowing things to happen. What better statement against fascism? I believe that all different styles of life can exist peacefully side by side if people allow other people to be what they are. Well, that's a little non-cynical. Must be a misprint. He probably didn't even say that. The only way I can handle it. How could Frank be so stupid and naive?
He was always saying...
He was a constitutional conformist.
He was a what? What did you say, Roxy?
That he was always complaining that he was misquoted, and they would say he said things that he never said. And
yeah. I have an interview here. What are we going to do when I finish doing the Zappa stuff? What's next? I guess I'll play those valuable clips of me and Ion the last couple of days, or yesterday. Is there anything else we have to do? It's too much to do McLuhan, I think. What do you think? Do we go do the next McLuhan?
Yeah. No.
You'd rather hear what Ion says. Okay, well, we'll play. I got to play McLuhan, Bob, Ion, and then the final, second, penultimate part of the rewrite. But there is this one-pager. It says, Zigzag Unzips. Frank Zappa interviewed by Dick Lawson at the Royal Albert Hall. So he's in England. So I guess this is in 68. Wait a minute here, 68. This is... I don't know. Let's start half of it or something. So this is, I guess, 1969, because he's talking about Beefheart. Over the last year or so, you have been thrust by the press into a position where you are an attitude spokesman, that's in quotes, for what is happening in the States, which is presumably why you were asked to lecture at the London School of Economics the other day. Well, we know that was in August 69. What exactly happened? Now, what's interesting is this is what Zappa was in 68, 69. Like he wrote that article for Life magazine. He was asked to be a figurehead, a rational communicator. So the British are noticing this. Zappa says, I wound up speaking to a large number of unfortunately misdirected young people. Who were you expecting? Something political and sociological to come up? I gave them something political and sociological. The only problem was it didn't agree with what they thought the tactics for a youth revolution should be. And I can't buy their tactics because I think they're juvenile. So this is the thing we were laughing. I laughed my head off, laughed into absurdity last week. This is him dealing with the same German, the impossible Germans. Then the journalist says, they were sort of trying to bring the Berkeley thing over here. Zappa says, yes, much in the same way as they imported flower power. Journalist, in September 67, when you first came over, you were shouting things like flower power sucks, when half the audience had flowers behind their ears and were cringing in their seats. Zappa says, well, I don't think I really made them cringe, because when a person's really into that, he believes it for as long as it's fashionable. And the problem with young people today is that they're not much more developed than their parents, you know. Their attitudes are slightly different in some regards, but the level of their individuality and their sociological development is only slightly better. And they are not, as they imagine themselves to be, the spearhead of some fantastic revolution that's going to turn the planet into some kind of Garden of Eden after they're done, because they're not. The main problem of what they advocate in terms of aggressive revolution and waving signs around in the street and boycotts and violence and all the rest of this stuff is A, it's a fad this season, and B, they don't offer any alternatives or anything better to replace the current situation with when they get done with their revolution. They don't offer any alternatives or anything better to replace the current situation with when they get done with their revolution. They're into revolution on a carnival level, and they aren't thinking in terms of the best things for the most amount of people. You know, they aren't taking into consideration the millions of people who probably don't want to be hip and groovy. They just want to be comfortable and sit around in their homes. And, you know, I don't believe that it's my place or anybody else's place to tell them that they're not entitled to that. It seems to me, so then the journalist says, it seems to me that you are not very choked off. No, it seems to me that you got very choked off playing and talking about this kind of thing, because you've come through Freak Out and Absolutely Free into Uncle Meat, 3 albums, where, as you say, it's basically an instrumental thing. I mean, you're much more concerned with the music itself, the jazz. It is jazz, isn't it? Zappa says, no, it's not. Well, what is it then? It's contemporary American music. American because that's the environment that created it. Los Angeles and New York. Now, I never saw that statement before. That's pretty neat. Is it jazz? No. What is it? It's contemporary American music. American because that's the environment, Roxy's word, that created it. Los Angeles and New York. Then the journalist says, well, in fact, with Reuben and the Jets, it would make one think that any spare time you have, which can't be much, you sit around listening to Del Vikings and Gladiolo's records and 50s, stuff like that. Zappa says, well, as a matter of fact, I do listen to those sort of records because I have a large collection of them. But I listen more to Stravinsky and Perez than that, you know, almost to the exclusion of all other forms of pop music. The journalist, you don't listen to any of your contemporaries, groups, and so on? Zappa, outside the groups that I'm producing during the time that I'm working on the project, no, I don't. You've recently befriended Captain Beefheart. Zappa says, I've known him 12 years. Ah, well, you appreciate he's a very big cult figure over here. Zappa says, I think they're in for a very big surprise as to what Captain Beefheart is into and where he's at. Because the 2 albums that you heard over here were, I think, extremely bad produced, and Beefheart himself has complained about what they did to him in the studio when he made those 2 albums. Because the first album, it was studio players backing him up to a certain extent, and the second album mixed in a way that was against his wishes. There were certain things that he wanted to have in there, and the producer took it into the studio and put that phasing effect all over some of the stuff and turned it into a piece of shit. And there were some interesting things on that album. I think the song Beetle Bones, Smoking Stones is really a great song. We sing it on the bus. But the new album that he's just made is a 2-record set, and the roots of that music are in Delta blues and also in avant-garde jazz, like Cecil Taylor, Thelonious Monk, and John Coltrane, and a lot of other things. You can really hear that influence, and it's perfectly blended into a new musical language. It's all his, and it bears no resemblance to anything anybody else is doing. And his words are also, you know, like, quote, miles ahead of the field, unquote. Blended into a new musical language. So this is when he's a manager for Captain Beefheart in the fall of '69. You don't find those influences influencing your work? Zappa goes, those jazz figures? To a small degree. Journalist, I would have thought that Ian Underwood's alto work, Zappa cuts him off and says, well, we got to remember that when Uncle Meat was recorded, Ian had just joined the group at that time, and he had been working with jazz groups in New York, and it's pretty much in an Albert Ayler type vein. And that type of music still influences some of his playing, but it's foolish to, every time you hear someone improvise, to assume that it's jazz. One of the main problems we've had all along is making people realize that you can improvise in any given set of themes or chords or basic rules. I mean, is John Cage's music jazz? Much of it is improvised. The journalist says, okay, if that is what you were doing
that is interesting, because he's saying many people say jazz is improvisation music, and he's
saying no, other musics have improvisation.
Yeah, and rock can have this a lot of improvisation, and that doesn't make it jazz.
Right. Yeah, that's a good point. Okay, so the guy says, okay, if that is what you were doing when Uncle Meat was recorded, which was in '68, Zappa says, Uncle Meat and Reuben the Jets were recorded simultaneously between October '67 and February '68. Well, what sort of stuff are you into now? He says, electric chamber music. And that's what you're going to play tonight? Yes, quite a bit of it. That's what we've been doing on the tour, and some of it's quite new. In fact, 5 of the pieces were written on the plane coming over, and we've been rehearsing them in a hotel with just the bassoon and the flugelhorn and the clarinet. Journalist, so in fact you're introducing new instruments as well? Zappa says, yes. What was your reaction to the festival audience last year? Zappa, I was surprised they didn't catch on to what we were doing quicker. They didn't catch on at all, did they? No, they didn't. They missed the whole point of it. And another thing that's not generally known is that show cost us $5,000 just to get those musicians to record it, film it, get the costumes, make arrangements with the hall itself to put on that kind of a show. It cost us money to do that. But I thought it was worth it. We recorded a very good album out of it, which will be our next record out around July. Then the journalist says, I read in Downbeat that you did a 45-minute set with Roland Kirk at a Boston Jazz Festival. Were you billed together, or did you just play together because Roland Kirk was there? Zappa says, we were on the same show, and I met him after he had done his part. I said, quote, would you be interested in playing with us, unquote. And he said he didn't know. And I said, well, you've never heard the group before. You don't know what we do. If you like it, come on out on stage and start playing, and we'll back you up. So, end of quote, end of that part of Zappa's story. Then he says, so we played for about 5 or 10 minutes, and he came wheeling out there with horns hanging all over him and blew his brains out. It was completely free, nothing planned. No, the journalist says, it was completely free, nothing planned? Zappa says, no, he just came bopping out there and we did it. Have you got any plans to record together? Well, he asked us to, but we haven't gone ahead with any special schemes yet. Then the journalist says, recently Kirk came over and played with Jack Bruce, Steve Stills, Buddy Miles, and so on, in what many saw as an attempt to revitalize the group scene here. Did your getting together have any effect over there? I didn't, Zappa says, I didn't see that our meeting had anything to do with revitalizing any group scene in the United States, which was very sterile to begin with. But people form groups basically in order to get a hit. There's some evidence to the contrary. There seems to be a bit of creative work going into it, but there aren't many really creative groups in the United States. Beefheart is certainly an exception, and maybe 1 or 2 others. So then the interviewer says, what do you think of Billy Mundy's group, Rhinoceros? Billy Mundy used to play drums for the Mothers. Zappa says, I saw them live in Canada and was very impressed with this one thing they did called Chicken. But the rest of what they were doing was pretty smooth, teeny-bop type material. These were tunes they were getting ready for their next album. And this piece, Chicken, sounds extremely like the Mothers of Invention, which is why I like it. What do you think of the group scene over here? Have you seen any? Zappa says, only what I saw down at the Speakeasy a couple of times, and I wasn't, exceedingly enthralled by what I saw. Journalist, what about the groups that we're currently sending over, like Jethro Tull and the Nice? He says, I like Jethro Tull and the organist in the Nice very much. I think he plays very well. I also like the Rolling Stones. What about specific states groups? I don't pay that much attention. There's probably lots going on, but I get pretty involved in my small corner of it. Who else are you recording apart from Beefheart? We have Wildman Fisher, a group called Alice Cooper, Judy Henske, and Jerry Yester. We just bought 20 hours of Lenny Bruce tapes. We have Lord Buckley, the police did him under in New York a few years ago. and he was a sort of strange type of comedian. Definitely underground comedian of his time, which was the 50s. We also have a documentary album on the Kennedy assassination, the last one, which is very interesting. Got all the actual tapes of the assassination, interviews with Sirhan in his jail cell, interviews with the witnesses telling what they testified in court and what the police told them to say. Interviews with the witnesses telling what they testified in court and what the police told them to say. How did you manage to get hold of all that? Frank says, a guy named Doug Moody put the album together and offered it to us, and we packaged it and put it out. You were quoted as having Tim Buckley. Is it in fact Lord Buckley? No, we are going to have Tim Buckley as soon as his contract is up with Elektra, and that'll probably be September. The journalist says, well, thank you very much. Give our love to Captain Beefheart. All right, so we did that. Nobody's on mute. You can speak.
Yeah, that was very interesting.
Yes.
To hear what he thought about other bands and what he really liked. And
yeah, I've never read this before. It's a good particular interview. Talking about, I'd never heard the idea about the improvisation before from him. I didn't know that's how he distinguished jazz.
Yes, and he's not saying I'm a rock musician. He's saying I'm making contemporary American music.
Right. He says, what did he say that?
When he says, how would you define that? Because he says he's making jazz, and he said, no, it's
oh, yeah, that's
American
right.
Music.
He says it's not jazz. Well, what is it then? It's contemporary American music. American because that's the environment that created it, Los Angeles and New York. That would be the car culture of L.A. I don't know what it would be in New York. So, yeah, he's saying he's making contemporary American music. He's not even putting himself in any group, which is pretty unique. Pretty good.
And it's true. I think his music goes beyond the boundaries of a rock band.
Right.
He had more like an orchestra than a rock band.
Okay, let's see where this gets us. This is an interview with Zappa in a film magazine called Take One. I think it's a Canadian magazine. And it says, Uncle Meat, the latest LP, so this is in 69. We have a date on the cover. Volume 2, number 2. So there's your 22. On the cover it has Alfred Hitchcock staring at Zappa. Dated the postmark, July 28, 1969. Okay. Uncle Meat, the latest LP by the Mother's Invention is described on the album cover as, quote, most of the music from the Mother's movie of the same name, which we haven't got enough money to finish yet, unquote. In a booklet that comes with the 2-record album, Frank Zappa, founder of the Mothers, writes, quote, this film is stashed away in my basement while we scheme on how to raise $300,000 to finish it and make it spiffy so it can be shown in your local teenage neighborhood theater. This is an album of music from a movie you will probably never get to see. And the journalist says, though the film is still uncompleted, some of the outtakes have been shown at the Fillmore East during a concert by the Mothers. Recent plans calling for a 14-hour unedited version of the film to be screened in New York with the audience paying according to how much film they'd seen. Between sets at Toronto's Rockpile Club, Zappa was interviewed about his career as a filmmaker by Take One associate editor Joe Medjuk. Joe Medjuk also interviews McLuhan around this time, produces a very interesting interview, which I read last week. I read about him making a film, remember?
Yeah.
So, what's the date of that? I mean, does Zappa and McLuhan coming together pretty much the same time? Pretty interesting. I have to find that. Take the day sometime. I mean, that interview. Okay. So the interviewer, Joe Medjuk, says, presuming that the people who are going to read this won't know anything about Uncle Meat, what would you like to tell them about the film? Frank says, Uncle Meat is a surrealistic documentary about the whys and wherefores of our rocking teen combo. How long is it? It's probably about 2 hours. How much of it is completed? We've got about half done, I guess. Are you shooting in 16 millimeter? Well, the stuff that I've already got done is in 16 millimeter, but I need about $300,000 to finish it off. I have to shoot some stuff in 35. Any chances of getting it distributed that you've heard of? Well, I think that rather than show people little pieces of the way it is now and let them get the wrong idea of what it is, I think I'm going to have to find another way instead of hyping a distributor beforehand. Are you shooting it yourself? I shot some of it myself. Another guy named Ed Seaman shot quite a bit of it, and another guy named Don Preston shot some of it, and other parts were like confiscated German news film, calling it German. Did you use sync sound? Some of it is wild and some of it's in sync. No, some of it's wild and some of it's sync. How did you learn how to use a camera? I've been using a camera for 12 years. Could you say a bit about the plot of this movie? It deals with the conflicts that face an average middle-class sort of person who works for the government and does a bunch of things for the government that he's not proud of and can't tell his family what he's doing.
Mhm.
So,
like his father.
How's he like his father?
Yeah, his father could not be proud of what he was doing, and.
No, I don't know what you mean. What do you?
Yeah, Frank's father was involved in some experiments. That means he could not be proud of what he was doing, like he's saying there.
So your point was
that
he's describing his father.
He was thinking about his father. Yeah, that he knows.
Well, there's nothing in what I read that indicates that it's his father.
No, but his father was in that situation that he could not be proud of what he was doing.
Right. Okay. Well, where do I say that? I didn't read that, but we've talked about it before, right? This interview so far.
What did you say it?
I said it right.
You just read it something. With that description, Bob.
Oh yeah, right at the end. I don't remember reading this. Did you use sync sound? Some of it's wild and some of it's sync. How did you learn how to use a camera? I've been using a camera for years. He didn't answer there. He didn't answer. Could you say a bit about the plot? It deals with the conflicts that face an average middle-class sort of person who works for the government and does a bunch of things for the government that he's not proud of and can't tell his family what he's doing. See?
That's what I said, like his father.
That's right, yeah, I see that. See, because he's doing a top-secret project for the government. You see, if it gets quite complicated, in the album Uncle Meat, part of the plot is printed in a book that comes with the record set, and it would be better if you just take it out of that. Now, I've been thinking of reading this booklet to you guys many times. I don't think I read it, did I? This story.
No.
Well, they make a small copy of it. I don't know if I can read it, but you try. But let's finish the interview. So, what's he saying here? The government's not proud of. Does a bunch of things for the government. Okay, that's his father, right? Doing a top secret project for the government. D gets quite complicated. In the album Uncle Meat, part of the plot is printed in a book that comes with the record, and it would be better if you just take it out of that. Then the interviewer says, how would you compare it to other people's films? Would you consider it revolutionary? Or Zappa says, I won't say it's revolutionary, but it ain't like the Beatles movie. You mean Lester's Magical Mystery Tour? Zappa says, ain't like any of them. So he's irritated a bit, or pretending to be. And he says, it ain't like the Beatles movie, and then later he says, it ain't like any of them. Are there any directors whom you'd consider influences? I don't know anything about other directors. Did my phone buzz? Getting low.
Yeah.
But we're okay, I think, to finish this. Or maybe not. I got to read a little bit. All right. I'm going to put a segment of refreshment on for a minute while I get the other phone. Okay? You guys handle that?
Yes. We'll survive.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
What is it? You want to beam to Kansas. We didn't do that, did we? We didn't do the Kansas request. Bert.
No.
And
Perfect.
because
no.
we played...
We did.
Yeah, we played other movies, right? We got distracted. There, so go. And
Did the
other...
who was Fulcanelli?
What about
first.
that? Yes. Yes.
That's what we played first.
Yeah.
Who? What are you talking about?
Yeah.
What? Who?
Yeah. Yeah, I have information overload. I don't know what's coming or going. But I was going to play the song and I lost it. Like, what is it? The one you wanted?
Kansas City in A minor.
Okay. Well, here's Charles Ives. He said that Charles Ives, 19th century, early 20th century composer. What do you say about Charles Ives? Do you guys remember? He said he likes his stuff or something. That has to be one of the greatest fucking performances of music in human history. Holy shit.
So good. Wow.
Holy shit, man. It's like you can forget. There's so many great things in Zappa land. You can forget great things. You don't hear them. You hear them once every 5 years. You stumble into the other room. Jesus Christ, you guys were playing. Very good choice there, Bert. Glad you remembered it. Of course, there's Billy's other great things, but that was phenomenal, eh?
Yes.
Wasn't it? Am I mistaken?
Yes.
Am I exaggerating?
No.
Have I not listened to enough Beethoven? What's a young mind like yourself, Alyssa, think of that?
So good. It's so, like, it's amazing. I mean, like, technically it's amazing, but it's how all the pieces are coming together that's so wonderful.
It's so muscular. Like
it's a total
Zappa
environment.
Must be very... What? Would you say?
It's a total environment.
Right. It's a total environment. And to me, Zappa's playing so aesthetically and violently with his guitar. Like, he must be like a Superman. Very strong in the arms, it sounds like.
Yeah.
Or strong fingers or something. This sounds huge. And he's got these great horns. These fantastic horns going along. It like, I don't know if anybody knows where they're going. They're just all wailing. It sounds a bit like it's chaotic.
I was thinking.
Not.
Yeah, but that comes from all those hours and hours that they rehearse, and they go into a concert and they get to a certain chord or whatever, and then whoever's turn it is to improvise, they just go to a whole nother level, and the band follows them. It feels like that. It's amazing.
Okay, Bert, I want you to sit down, Bert. I'm going to have you sit down because now, Roxy, you still here in my phone? Is Roxy still here? Did she get dropped off?
She was.
Okay, maybe this is her. She often waves. Is that you, Roxy, with the waving hand?
Yes.
What do you think of that music? Was it as good for you as it was for us?
Yes. Very nice. Jazzy.
Now here, you just heard Bert say, it's years of rehearsal. If I'm not wrong, this is what's called the petite wazoo, not the grand wazoo. When I was in England in September 72, we saw the grand wazoo, big orchestra. He probably took a small number of those guys and did 5 concerts around New England, and it's called the little-known Petite Wazoo Tour. Now, maybe they rehearsed for the Grand Wazoo Tour, but these guys were session people. They weren't Mother's Invention. I don't know how long they've been with him, but they basically had not been fucking rehearsing like you're talking about, that we know about the traditional bands.
Wow.
Yeah. They are accomplished session musicians. They can adapt, but I don't know how much rehearsing went into this. That's like, I think it should be a national anthem or something.
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah. And he's just recovered from his accident, from being kicked off stage. He's still in a wheelchair when this is happening. Leg brace kind of thing. Yeah,
so he's playing the guitar in a wheelchair then?
I can't remember. There are pictures of him around the band in a wheelchair, but I can't remember him if he was in a wheelchair in London. And this would have been a few weeks later, late September, early October. I remember him limping around or something like that, But there are pictures of him in the wheelchair around this time, so. He's just getting out if he has. He's just got off the chair. But he's coming out almost being killed. And what's funny, I was looking at there's been all this commentary going on in the chat line. Volumes of stuff. People asking me questions about things we were saying 3 hours ago and that I didn't even know about. Like, the great minds are being ignored if they're just typing. They have to come out here if they want Bob's value response. There's just too much going on. People are arguing over fucking things. There's like more than one show happening here in terms of audience participation. But, boy, that was quite exciting. It would be incredible to be Zappa and to play like that. What do you think of that, Alyssa? Wouldn't you like to be able to get up there and play a guitar like that with those musicians?
Yes.
What happened to Alyssa? Did she drop off? Yeah, I think she dropped off.
No, she dropped out, but...
Yeah. Well, I think we better go to some recording. But that was a good suggestion, Bert. I've got it written down as Beam to Kansas, but that's not the title.
It is. That is the title. I have a list of songs, and I just remember Kansas City and A minor.
It must be Beam to Kansas City.
That's why
It is. I checked YouTube. It is Been to Kansas City in A minor.
So what were we going to say, Roxy?
I just had some words.
Yes, when I hear some of the pieces by Zappa, it's hard for me to believe that people say they don't like Zappa, because from the musical point of view, it's amazing in every aspect. Every aspect of the composition.
I agree.
It's simple little man envy. It's fucking envy and not allowing themselves to realize what can be done. They're blocking furiously and allowing themselves to know that such a thing could exist. It's much like people's reaction to me. How could they not like me? Or how could they not like ions? Everything I offer cannot be disliked. You can't dislike McLuhan. You can't dislike Croker or Phineas Wake. It may be challenging. Or Joyce, yeah. It may be challenging and upset your whole life and make you feel depressed and useless, but it's still not something to be disliked. You're confusing your personal silly response to a work of beauty. You know? Just because it makes you feel tiny and inadequate and stupid, you should hate yourself, not the artist. But I like that, Roxy. That's right. I marvel that every day, twice a day. Why are people not praising this?
Right.
It should be a national anthem. It'd be a company. I don't know. What would 10-year-olds? What would a 10-year-old kid today, if they could see that band doing that? What would they think? Would they be too whacked out from their tactile texting interplay to even hear anything? Would they notice it? You know. Too busy, like Sarah's kid Noah, too busy running their own talk show to notice what Frank was doing.
Yes, everybody's into their little productions.
Producer mania. Trying to keep up with the Android memes.
Yeah. Taking selfies.
Selfish? Yes. Yeah, selfies.
Taking
selfish?
Selfies.
Oh, taking selfies. Oh, my God. Jesus. It's B for Kansas City in A minor. So he's been to Kansas City. It's a funny title. It's a virtual Kansas City. It's a place in A minor. So let's finish this interview. I made an incredible discovery in this fucking movie interview. I can't believe it. But I have not read this in 40 years. Now look at that. It's fucking half a century, man. I mean, This is like, I don't know. It was in the 60s. Somebody showed me footage from the 20s. I said, well, what are we looking at something from the 20s for? That's a fucking long time ago. This is how far away these interviews are. I've turned into a fucking ancient museum.
No, it's going to turn out that this is connected to the Chambord Castle. That article.
All right. So we're at this point where he said it deals with the conflicts that face an average middle class sort of person who works for the government, does a bunch of things for the government that he's not proud of, and can't tell his family what he's doing. Holy shit, I totally forgot that's his father. See? Because he's doing a top secret project for the government. See? He goes, see? It gets quite complicated. In the album Uncle Me, part of the plot is printed in a booklet. Would you consider it revolutionary or what? He says, I won't say it's revolutionary, but it ain't like the Beatles movie. And the journalist says, do you mean Lester's Hard Day's Night or Magical Mystery Tour? Zappa says, ain't like any of them. Are there any directors whom you'd consider influences? Zappa says, I don't go to the movies, so I don't know anything about other directors. It's like, he knows a lot about music, but it's another case of, well, I built this fucking dome, but I don't know how, I know nothing about architecture. It's an incredible movie.
He always said, I don't read anything. I don't go to the movies. I don't listen to any podcast.
He's the original producer mania. He's too busy making stuff. He's the only successful producer maniac who actually knows nothing but then creates unbelievable stuff. Yeah. I don't go to the movies. I don't do anything. I know nothing. He's so confident about his own making. He's just making what he wants to make. But he has a message. He's trying to show synesthesia or something. You know, he knows what his message is. He doesn't give a fuck what anybody else's message is. I like the way Rocky says he doesn't do anything. You know nothing about music, doesn't listen to anything, never had a coffee, never had a hot dog. He's an alien. Never slept. I don't sleep. I don't know anything about sleep. So the guy says,
eat ice cream and go to the beach.
yeah, I live on coffee and cigarettes. So the guy says, when Zappa says he knows nothing about others, he doesn't even know there are such thing as directors. I know nothing about other directors. He says, the journalist says, I heard a rumor that you almost did the music for Barbarella. And he says, well, we were playing in London about 2 years, 67, and this guy came out to me and said that Roger Vadim had taken parts of the Freakout album and was using them in a test score that they use before they get to the final dubbing on the film. And he had used part of that in there. And this guy, now look at this, Giorgio Gomelski, the man of the week last week. Giorgio fucking Gomelski. Now, I remember now that Gomelski told me about this. He knew Roger Vadim. Giorgio knew everybody. And he went to France with Zappa. And they waited a week in France for Vadim to decide, and he either didn't get in touch with Frank or he just said no. But now I remember him telling me this. But here it is written up in this thing 40 years ago. And, you know, Frank knows him just a little bit. He goes, this guy. And it's spelled all wrong, the name Giorgio Gomelski. And so he had used part of that, Roger Vadim, there. And this guy, Giorgio Gomelski, said that he had spoken to Vadim about considering me to do the score. What he wanted to do was have three people score simultaneously. He wanted me, Stockhausen, and Paul McCartney to simultaneously score Barbarella. So he bought my manager and myself a ticket to Rome. Yeah, this is what I think Giorgio was telling me. So he bought my manager and myself a ticket to Rome, and we went there for a day and went to see the Rushes on Barbarella and talked with Vadim about it. I was so depressed at what I saw. Yes, he saw someone else's creativity. It just made him depressed. I wasn't too thrilled about him doing the music for the thing. Fortunately, they didn't ask me to. See, Frank's a polite guy. He would have been embarrassed. He's glad they turned him down. It totally pissed him off or depressed him. It's crap. And Barbarella is considered a great movie. You know, classic with Jane Fonda. Isn't that funny? I was so depressed at what I saw, I wasn't too thrilled about doing the music. How do you get depressed to a guy's bad movie? Maybe he got depressed because he thought, well, it'd be nice to do it, but this ain't something I can do anything to. Yeah, maybe that would be. He doesn't sound like he pissed off he lost the gig.
The thing with the sexy girl, and it's like all
it was too plastic.
Stereotypes that maybe he wouldn't like to be part of that.
Right. He said that Playboy needed, you know, when he broke up the Mothers, I read it last week, he was going to put out 10 album set or something, or a TV show, and he said the Playboy needed it. If anybody needed it, the Playboy audience did. So that'd be like Barbarella. But yeah, he could have been just shocked at the cliches.
Yes, it was too fashion, too trendy, too sexy.
Which almost shows you, since Zappa was not in it, he knew about trends, made fun of them, but in a way he didn't know about them because he was so in his own world that when he was a barometer, if you showed him what was flashy or trendy and Zappa got depressed, then you'd know that was how fucked up society was. They didn't realize how bad they were.
Yes, that was like the mass programming, the mass consumption, the thing he was actually against of.
Yeah.
This type of.
But I'm thinking he's depressed because he was looking forward to doing a project with big budget, and he was pissed off he wasn't going to be able to get into it, or he was depressed, like you're saying, he just thought it was ridiculous. But that would affect him. He said, "Shit, I came all the way here for nothing."
I think for an artist, it's depressing to see that some things that are not that good as art get much more money to be done, and there's much more support for all those things and things that he was producing all his movies himself, the recording of his concerts, and it's amazing the amount of money he says he's spending in making a film of a concert or the next record or all these costumes and all these things that he had to pay himself.
Yeah, he would take his money and not buy a yacht or anything. He just plow it back into the next project. And 200 Motels, the director, Tony Palmer, left, got pissed off. He only had a limited budget, and then he had to make up a movie. He had so little with the $500,000 or something. He had to make up a movie. He had to patch together based on what he had, and it was nowhere near what he could have done if he was given more money. But they wouldn't give him any.
Right.
And he did this all the time.
I think that was the point. He got the press. This project gets so much money just because they're showing some teeth and these other things that are real art. It's like he had to produce himself.
Right. I always felt back then, shit, I haven't seen Zappa in 6 months or a year. Shit, I'm fucking missing out on everything. I always thought I was like missing out in life if I wasn't getting my regular dose of a Zappa performance, you know? It was so awesome.
Yeah.
So, just to finish up the interview, but you're right. I think you're right. He's depressed at the amount of money
Zappa.
going into crap. What? What'd you say?
I'm going to get depressed. I never saw Zappa.
That's right. You guys should be depressed. You didn't see this fucking unidentified flying object.
Yeah.
It was absolutely incredible. The live performances. It really, me and Jerry Fialka agreed. It was like seeing a big UFO landing, you know, like in Third Encounters, whatever that movie is, where they show the big UFO and everybody's just stunned. This is what you would gradually get stunned as Zappa's concert, 2 hours more, it would unfold. It was so huge, so big, so perfect.
The bacchanal, the ritual, this high that people will get for with rituals, with the sacred, and we somehow need this type of ecstasy.
Yeah, you know, when I'm thinking of it, I wouldn't sit there and marvel at Zappa's brain. I just marvel at what I was hearing. You wouldn't even think about how it was made. Like pure percept. You didn't project into it. It's sort of like a ritual. You wouldn't project into, well, how did Zappa do this? How did he do that? You know, it was too overwhelming. You're just being swept along by a huge experience. I know. Here's what Sue Bone said. She went to one of these concerts with us in '88 with the big band. She was shocked at the different ages of men leaping about. She'd never seen 70-year-old men leaping about, or 50-year-old men, or 10-year-old men, maybe 10-year-olds. But she was struck at the variety of ages that were just flinging themselves going nuts at the concert. That's her sensory memory of it. I don't know if she heard any of it. Because, you know, in the way it's acquired
taste. Yes, because, like Zappa was saying before, it's not a trend like the hippies with the flower and the revolution guys that were just protesting because it was trendy. They wanted to be hip. They wanted to be in. But he was beyond that. He's not a trend.
It's like he said, nobody's going to stop him. It was almost like he knew he was doing such incredible art that no one would notice it. They wouldn't even notice him.
Yeah.
I attempted to play that again. That was pretty incredible, but we'll hold off. If you guys all leave me and I'm by myself, I'm playing it again.
No, you can play it.
No, we must move forward.
We demand an encore.
Yes, encore. So they go, when do you expect to finish Uncle Meat? Which he never did. Well, he changed it. We didn't get to see the story he's talking about. Well, a lot of that will be predicated by how fast I get the money to do the special work. Is the film in color? Yeah. Are you editing yourself? Yeah. If you don't go to movies and you don't see other people's movies, why did you decide to make one? He goes, I like movies. Where do you see them? I watch the movies I make, and I like them. I make little home movies. I've been doing it since about 1958. I started out using 8mm. In fact, some of the things in 8mm are going to be blown up and incorporated into the film. Is the film going to be blown up into 35 eventually? That's right. Isn't it going to make the 8mm parts look strange? No, they'll look real nice. They'll look exactly like they're supposed to. When talking to you about music, I find it difficult to talk about classical and pop because you seem to break down the barriers between them. Zappa says, I don't think there should be any barriers. I think that art should belong to the people and not just a few people who think they're really specialists or something. But there it is. He takes up the Bert point, anti-specialist. I don't think there should be any barriers. I think that art should belong to the people and not just a few people who think they're really specialists or something. That's pretty good. That's why he'd include anything in his art. Some guy gave him a formula how to make wine, port, and lemon juice. So that goes in the mix, man. That's important. Wow, that's pretty neat. Is Alyssa? No, it's pretty skimpy now. We don't have many people here. I should ask Bill if he's awake. How many are listening online? Go on. Go ahead.
But it's like you won't let other people ideas of you have to be specialized. You have no right to say this because you don't know or you cannot do this. I mean, those are the limitations of that little man.
Yeah, Bob can't fucking cure AIDS. Bob can't invent Coldplay. He can't cure all disease with the eye cell. He never went to school. He never went to med school. How could he do this? What were you just saying? And
then there is this other aspect of what we are as humans. If you think, like Ian says, you've been around for such a long time and you this system of castles that are aligned with the ley lines and
right.
They have all these encoded, very complex things in them, and it's like, what do you really know, or how could you limit yourself to be a specialist? And that's the thing with the Renaissance, that I think we're retrieving the Renaissance, but again, as it should have been. Not the man that wants to learn about everything, know about everything, but the God that remembers
right.
that he knows everything.
You're saying that's the real Renaissance?
Yes, now.
Now, okay, now.
The new.
Okay.
The new rare Renaissance.
Renaissance. The Renaissance?
Yeah.
Renaissance. Eric McLuhan calls it the electronescence. The electronescence. This.
So it would be the ionescence.
Yes, ionescence. Ionescence. Okay, I'm going to try read this very tiny.
I'm going
to try to.
The ionescence.
What's the first part?
Today, with the return of ion.
Yes.
The new ionescence started.
All right. You're not putting the RE? Did you say re-ionescence?
No, just the ionescence.
Okay. I will attempt to read the outline of the Uncle Meat plot. Very small print, so I might be slow, but it's better than going to try find the original album out in my garage. So he says, an evil scientist lusts for revenge after being laid off at a missile plant in the valley. Now, we had this in the Captain Beefheart versus the Grunt People, 1964. This was part of the plot. Also, his father was always leaving employment. An evil scientist lusts for revenge after being laid off at a missile plant in the valley when the government contract is canceled. Using equipment stolen from the plant over a period of years, in brackets, assembled in a deserted Van Nuys, that's a valley, Van Nuys Valley in L.A., assembled in a deserted Van Nuys garage. And so he used that and some recipes for mystical potions. There it is. Looking our RNA drops.
That's the alchemy.
There's the alchemy, right. And some recipes for mystical potions from an old book. Uncle Meat and his Mexican slave Bimbo prepare to rule the universe with an army of mutant monsters. Quite ambitious.
Yay!
To rule the universe. Mutant monsters. Now his fan club was called United Mutations, so he's actually talking about his fans, using his fans as United Mutations or mutant monsters. So it's canceled using equipment stolen from the plant over a period of years and some recipes. That's us. Okay, a rock and roll combo. A rock and roll combo is kidnapped from the Whiskey A Go-Go. A rock and roll combo is kidnapped from the Whiskey A Go-Go. Disguised as groupies, Uncle Meat and Bimbo. So Uncle Meat and Bimbo, are disguised as groupies, lure the unsuspecting victims to their garage on the pretext of giving them a chance to expand their consciousness. They arrive at the garage and are given paper cups full of Kool-Aid. What?
You will ascend. Come to the garage.
Yes, come, and we will help you.
You will ascend.
You will go to a parallel world. So it's ionic. It's a typical pitch by Ion.
It's this type of jokes and things that are incepted. You say incepted? Like inception?
I didn't
everywhere.
Say that word. Yes.
No, but I ask you.
Yeah, we're
inception.
Incepted. We're incepted right into everything. Yeah. Yes. They arrive at the garage.
Sometimes it's like a joke.
Yes. On the surface, he says, people don't understand how you can do something seriously that you don't take serious. But this is serious. So the groupies grab Reuben and the Jets. No, he doesn't say the name, just calls them a rock and roll combo at this point. They arrive at the garage and are given paper cups full of Kool-Aid, which is drugged. Uncle Meat and Bimbo place the victims on little mechanics cars. On little mechanics cars or carts from under an old Nash in the corner and cover the limp bodies with the psychedelic posters they have used to conceal the lab equipment. They prepare to administer the serum. So you got, psychedelic posters, and they're hiding machines and hiding a car, an old Nash, in the corner. So each victim is given a blast from a nasal mist squeezer. Okay? Uncle Meat, who never really cared for Bimbo, takes him by surprise, grabs his head, and stuffs the unit up his nose. Bimbo collapses, unconscious on the floor. Uncle Meat explains to the audience, and that would be Manipian when you sort of break out of the illusion and just start talking to the audience. Uncle Meat explains to the audience that when he throws the switch on the wall, the minds of his victims will be completely reprogrammed with the details of his master plan. Well, that's what we do with the drops. We reprogram people. He pulls out a roll of computer tape and places it in the machine. The tape will be played directly into the brain through headgear placed on the victims. I get that right? Played directly into the brain. Right? When the process is completed, not only will their consciousness be expanded, their brains will actually be enlarged. He explains that the human skull is hard bone, doesn't really leave much room for the type of tissue growth the victims will experience here, and the enlarged brain will extend through the sinus cavity into the noses of the group. This area has been softened by the nasal mist and will reshape itself to accommodate the extra brain cells. He throws the switch.
Wow. Because Ion says there's less oxygen and all these things with the hypothalamus.
Yes.
So it's like an allegory of that
yes.
less oxygen. We are not breathing, and all these things happening in the brain
that are clogging up the nose. He throws the switch. Under the posters, the noses become erect. Uncle Meat explains further that the mutants have been equipped with a secret mind-destroying vocal drone mechanism. The sounds attack the glandular system of the victim, destroying his will and forcing his body to quiver helplessly while crazed fantasies race through his mind. Uncle Meat drinks a potion that will make him immortal. Look at that. The screen the screen is hit with a stereotype bolt of lightning. The rustle of the posters is heard off screen. The mutants are rising. We see the streets of a city, high-angle shot, filled with conservatively dressed people bustling about. Suddenly a woman screams, drops her purse, and points into the sky. People gather around her and look up to see what's going on. A greenish shadow covers them. They are frozen with terror. We see a reverse angle shot from their point of view, looking out toward the city and skyline. Towering above it, swaying titanically, emanating immense white, look at this, there's the white glove fingers. Forgot about that. Towering above it, swaying titanically, maybe snatting. Yeah, you know how the 50s group, they'd clip their fingers, snap their fingers. Where is this? Yeah, suddenly a woman screams. Suddenly a woman screams, drops her purse, and points into the sky. People gather around her and look up to see what's going on. A greenish shadow covers them. Yes, the green language. They are frozen with terror. We see a reverse angle shot from their point of view, looking out toward the city and skyline. Towering above it, swaying titanically, snatching immense white gloved fingers, and lip-syncing their latest hit, Reuben and the Jets, prepared to destroy everything that contemporary civilization stands for. Yeah. The crowd is hypnotized. They begin to writhe and quiver and huddle closer together. The moon and the stars come out. Brightly colored crepe paper steamers descend from the buildings all around. Men and women hug each other close. Men and women hug each other close and begin to dance in the street. It says, in brackets, super teenage romantic 1950 style. They're dancing. Zoom in on a couple as they kiss and dance. Dissolve through distortion glass to a dream sequence of 1950s drive-ins, make-out parties, high schools, the Korean War, and I Like Ike. Intercut with the something Reuben the Jets, brain snouts flapping in slow motion. Intercut with the something Reuben the Jets, brain spouts flopping in slow motion. Cut abruptly to an extreme close-up of Uncle Meat speaking directly to the audience. Here's what he says. Certain sounds at certain intensities have amazing effects on plants and vegetables. They'll never take me alive, he says. They'll never take me alive. Ha, ha, ha. Unquote. His laughter fades in echo as we dissolve to a starry night in the desert. So there he is dealing with sound frequencies. And what else was there? Okay. It is quiet. Okay, so we dissolve to a starry night in the desert. So the laughter fades in echo as we dissolve to the starry night in the desert. It is quiet except for a little light wind. We are traveling across the wasteland toward a huge hydroelectric dam. Dynamo hum increases as we near it. We cruise over the dam itself and appear to land on the top of one of the high voltage towers nearby. A shot from the ground level reveals a mysterious ice box, while 39 Chevy taco wagon helicopter has come to rest at the top of the tower. The door opens and a white gloved hand reaches out with a giant snipper. It cuts the big wire, big capital letters. The door opens and a white gloved hand reaches out with a giant snipper. It cuts the big wire. Sparks fly all over, and the wire fails, and the wire falls to the ground. The camera moves into an extreme close-up of the hot wire as footsteps come crunching up out of the darkness. A gnarly hand reaches for the wire, picks it up, and drags it away as the camera follows. The wire is dragged quite a distance until firing the apple of pocket. What is that, Roxy? firing the dragger of the pocket. Until
that's alchemy allegory only known to the initiate.
Right. Okay, so the wire is dragged quite a distance until finally the dragger, the dragger of the wire, whips a giant ready-to-go electric plug out of his pocket. Attaches. Now these are guys that won't teach our man, whatever his name was, RNA drops guy, how to do things. Attached it. So he takes the giant wire and plugs it into. Whips a giant ready-to-go electric plug out of the pocket, attaches it to the wire, and plugs into an enormous female socket built into the ground. The sun is beginning to come up. We pull back to a wider view. Standing by the big wire and big plug and big socket is Uncle Meat. In the distance, we can see the taco wagon helicopter lift off and float toward him in the sunrise. So do that again. The sun is beginning to come up. We pull back for a wider view. Standing by the big wire and big plug and big socket is Uncle Meat. In the distance, we can see the taco wagon helicopter lift off and float toward him in the sunrise. All right, there's one more little paragraph here. Are you with me? You're hearing
yes.
Yes.
Okay. Over the shoulder of the Chevy helicopter driver, through the chopped front windshield, we see Uncle Meat surrounded by a lot of big wires, all plugged into the ground, some gigantic science fiction type electrical switches nearby, and a truckload of large hotel lobby flower pots with leafy green plants in them. All this is poised on the edge of the Grand Canyon. The helicopter settles in the rest of Paris. No, settles in the nest of plants. Uncle Meat, so the helicopter settles in the nest of plants. Uncle Meat turns over with each of the Chevys crimped exhaust pipes. You had a game. So he's got this scene going, and one of these friends from Grand Canyon sends him supplies covertly. And then it says, Uncle Meat jumps in the Chevy. Okay, the helicopter sentries in the nest of plants. The helicopter settles in the nest of plants. Uncle Meat runs over with a pair of microphones on short stands. He places them behind each of the Chevy's crimped exhaust pipes and throws a big Reuben revs. This may not be read properly. Revs, okay. A gigantic backs off the pipes. Uncle Meat jumps in the Chevy. The sound of the pipes, amplified like the rear of a rocket engine, causes the plants to grow like Jack in the Beanstalk, lifting the cherry into outer space.
And that, okay, into outer space. Lifting the Chevy, not the Cherry. The sound of the pipes, amplified like the rear of a rocket engine, causes the plants to grow like Jack in the Beanstalk. Lifting the Chevy into outer space. As the vines streak upward, large grotesque pods grow under the leaves and flop off on the ground near the big switches and into the canyon. Remember, he said the hippies were round up in the Grand Canyon, concentration camp in the Grand Canyon. So there it is, read for maybe the first time ever into the record.
Yes, and he's
45 years.
Talking about the future sonic and ultrasonic weapons that exist now.
Okay, you're talking about back then? You're saying the future atomic weapons exist now? What's the context for that?
Yeah, these sonic and ultrasonic weapons exist now. But he's already presenting this type of things.
Well, it's pretty good. He's way ahead of everybody else. 40 years earlier, he talks about the plan that Green Man's supposed to do. But what are you saying? You're saying that the...
there are new types of weapons that, for example, destroy your ears or damage your brain or cause disorientation. And the police or the military doesn't have to shoot at you, just with the sound, with the waves, with the impact of some frequencies. They can even kill you or injure you.
Yeah.
And, it's like Uncle Meat is already developing this type of weapons.
Could you say the last sentence?
Exists now.
Yeah. Oh, you're saying the weapons exist now.
Has this crazy technology. Yeah, he has this crazy technology with the mega big jokes and the mic.
Did you say big joke?
No, forget it.
Just say the last sentence. You're basically saying the new technology exists. What's it got to do with this Uncle Meat booklet? Well, the sound sculptor.
Well, the Uncle Meat sound. These things you describe, it sounds like some type of weird technology, like the weapons that exist now with the sound and ultrasound.
Yes, yeah. So Zappa's predicting technology.
Yes.
He's predicting the hologram, acoustic branch. Right? Can you go with me on that?
Right.
Yes.
But what you're mentioning that it exists now. What's your point about the fact it exists now in comparison to Uncle Meat?
Yes, I'm not sure if at that time they had this type of things, but now they are a reality. They exist.
Right. No, I think Frank was ahead of his time. Frank was imagining.
But I think he could see that music can heal, but music can also be used as a weapon. And he's describing this weird technology in the desert.
Right.
This type of which very.
And he's living in Lancaster just a few years before that, where there's weird desert phenomena. And he's quite isolated. Okay, so are you ready, guys, for new facts?
Yes. Bert,
where the hell you been? Did you just come back?
I've been here.
Crazy science.
No, I've been here.
So what did you think? What did you think of the Uncle Meat story?
he's talking about the beanstalk, and then he just what?
He was looking. I mean, the whole creativity, the whole beanstalk. That made me think of the effect that the eye cell has on everything.
Right. Yeah. Good point. So it ends with the car in motion. You know, it's the script that he presents is there's more to be said in the script than having the plug-in of the dynamo hum, then going across the desert. A little bit more of what Arashi says, a little more identification of the new technologies, where they're at, what technology or something. But I think that's the end of the Zappa portion of the program. Anybody got any suggestions?
Okay.
No? I now will...
That was very nice.
Yes.
Stories.
Well, in reading it, did I read it too slow? Could you make it out? Was it okay?
Yes, it was fine.
All right.
Yes, it was okay.
So basically, the Uncle Meat thing I read you is all about programming the environments, many environments with sound, right? And is that cymatics? Cymagics or cymatics?
Well, yes, but cymatics affect matter in the structure of matter, like it's like a mutation of the particles.
Okay. Then.
So this type of things can be used for good or for bad. But he's always making these scripts about crazy scientists in their crazy laboratories trying to conquer the world. So.
And up against the government, a fascist government.
Yes, we have all these amazing technologies, but usually they're used for war, like McLuhan said many times.
Yeah.
Innovation. One of the results of innovation, too much innovation, is war. And like we cannot have an identity without violence. So what the funk with that Fulcanelli, with this hologram?
Okay.